Hello. Hello, hello. 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 Greetings. Salutations. Hello, Lego. This one. Please see the Valheim. Would appreciate that. Cool. I think we're good. I think we're good. All right. All right. Okay. Okay. So, last time I played, we were working on making troll armor with our good fine wood bow right here. We got the tunic finished. I need the pants. I need the hood. I need the cape. Other thing that we're doing, I'm gonna. Is it the sun coming up or? Looks like it is. The other thing that we're gonna be on the lookout for is we need to get Surtling cores because I'm willing to bet there are no swamps that we have access to without crossing the ocean. The easiest way for us to get the cores is by far going to be to find some of the burial chambers. Um, Burial chambers are the first dungeon that you have access to. And a few Surtlings can spawn inside of them. Do some of that action. Alright, so we're gonna make our way into the black the black forest or the black forest. Um gonna go do some RNG manip in Pokemon Pearl for some arbitrary code execution. I thought I'd stop by and say hi. That is the most Fantazap sentence I've ever read in my entire life. Fair enough. Godspeed, good sir. Got him. Ba-dum-bum, ba-dum-bum. Okay, Lego. You have to understand something. You know how, you know how like the human race hasn't gotten to Mars yet. It's because all the smart motherfuckers are like Fantazap and they're just doing arbitrary code execution in Pokemon games instead of like applying at NASA. That's why. That's why we're still on Earth. Got him. Like imagine if they imagine if they spent their time RNG manipulating like so like instead of doing like the like let's say like you do like the infinite money glitch in Pokemon Pearl. What about the infinite rocket fuel glitch in real life? I mean, come on. Like that's just way more worth your time and mine. And also you'd be rich. So like go do that instead. Please. Thanks. Alright, let's get some of these mushrooms here. Okay. I got some mushrooms. Those are pretty good. Uh, okay. I'm also doing AFK stuff in RuneScape on my other monitor for making progress on that account. So you're gonna see me alt tab every so often. I'm not gonna do it like every time my inventory finishes because I would be alt tabbing every 45 seconds. But like when I'm like reading chat, I'll like pause and tab over. Discovering arbitrary code execution in real life, enabling FTL travel and infinite HP. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. See, do that. Do that. It's like arbitrary code execution in some capacity could just be like quantum physics, right? Like think about it like this, like you're making something happen that could happen in a place where it shouldn't necessarily be happening, but because you understand the fundamentals of that where that code exists in reality, right? In this case, it's like quantum space-time. Like you can measure that. You know where you are. You know what you want to be there. So like let's say you're on Mars, right? And you want there to be oxygen there, right? You use arbitrary code execution in a game to get something that you shouldn't be able to reach yet. Like you pick up an item that's like not in front of you, right? Isn't that like the same thing? Like if you use like quantum physics to make it so that there's air where you want it to be, not necessarily where it should be. I feel like that just makes sense. I feel like that's like there's some overlap there. And I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't get paid enough to know. Can I go up there? I can. That'd be an interesting place to put like a portal. Because I think I think they'd have a hard time breaking it. That is underselling arbitrary code. I was just using an example of arbitrary code execution. Like in like one example, like a minor example of arbitrary code execution. It is the I am now quite literally God. Right, but like I feel like we haven't crossed that path because like for you to do that, right, in real life, like for there to be overlap there, that's a lot of skeletons. But you know what they haven't done in this game yet is fixed the strategy of just climbing on top. I am now unkillable by these melee only skeletons and can just shoot them. Let's not waste my fire arrows. Can I hit you with this? No. Damn, it's okay. Back up a bit. There we go. Nice. It's like we would have to get into like the fourth dimension in real life. We haven't done that. We haven't figured that stuff, or the fifth dimension. You know what I mean? We would have to break our relationship with the universe as a being. But like arbitrary code execution to the level of like what quantum physics is. I feel like there's some overlap. I feel like there's some like connection. Okay, he's close enough to being dead that I'm comfortable dropping down. Because if he comes back, I'll just kill him. You know what I mean? I'll just murder him. Headed out now, no worries. Okay. Why did it sound like a troll? Okay, I need torch. I need torch. I I need torch. Can you put the shield away, Doug? Okay, I want the yellow mushrooms. It's like one of the better food options that I have right now. I learned a sick trick by watching a speed run. Where when you dodge into the thing that you're fighting. I died anyway. That dude got away with actual murder. He had so little health, and I'd have been fine if he died. I'd have been fine. That dude is so lucky. Okay. I'm gonna have to find my stuff. We got some stamina. We're zooming. We're zooming. The annoying thing is skeletons are weak to crush, right? Right now, like my best crush weapon is like a club. It's literally the first weapon you get. It ain't great. It ain't great. Yeah, whatever. Huh. Boar meat. Can you go away, Mr. Boar? Dude. Six wood for a club. I have one. Alright, we'll grab some as we go. Still following me? The grayling is. That's fine. I'm not worried about him. The boar is really fast. So he's kind of scary. Alright, we got a club. We've upgraded. Ooh, I'll take that mushroom. Take these mushrooms as well. A little bit more wood. Why are you almost dead? What? Okay. Pardon me, sir. Was it worth it, dude? Was it worth it? You could have just left me alone. A lot of dandelions. Hello, Mr. Deer. You gonna run? Yep. Ooh, beehive. Why did that poison me? Okay. You might be wondering why I'm doing this. This is like a really chill way of getting beehives. Where instead of going up against the actual beehive, you break the thing that the beehive is on. There we go. So we're lowering the structural integrity of that spot right there. Are there stones around? I literally don't see any stones. That's funny. Okay. There's got to be stones. There's some stones. 4 stones. I need 2 more. 2 more. 1, 2. There we go. Alright. Craft a stone axe real quick. Put that on. And that should tear through this a little bit better. Yeah, a lot better. Here we go. I don't think that's going to stand. Maybe it will. Alright. A little more. Please. There's no way that that should be standing right now. Come on. Come on. Come on. Okay. Okay. One more side. Can I do this? Wait, hold on. Valheim parkour. Check this out. Oh, I'm a legend. I mean, come on. Come on. That was pretty top tier. Please break. Please break. Please break. Okay. Now break this. And... literally how? Okay, thank goodness. How? What? Excuse me? I couldn't do it a second time. Can I even get up here? Oh, man. The heck was that noise? There we go. There we go. It was attached to that floating thing, man. Okay. We got honey, we got raspberry, we got mushroom. We continue on. I think this is the right way. Yeah, there's the black forest is right in front of us. Okay. Give me that. All right. We're looking for that right there. Is that the same one? Is that the one we were in? I hope so. There's skeletons outside, so I'm, like, wondering if it's not. I'm concerned that it might not be. We opened a door to our left, yeah? This is not the right one. This is not the right one. This is not the right one. Okay, let's get out of here. We gotta find the correct one. At least we know that there are more that we can loot. Hi, dudes. Chill, man. Chill out. There are so many of you. You guys killed some skeletons. Okay. Okay. This is a troll cave right in front of me. Is it that one? It might be this one. It might be this one. There are no skeletons here. I went left, I believe. Yes, 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 yes. Hi, how's it going? Dude, no. Oh, it stuck me in the stupid fucking bar fill. I thought I had a little bit more time to put on one piece of armor. And then they came around a corner and I was spamming dodge. Like I was spamming it. But I guess you can't interrupt that stupid fucking put on your clothes thing. You just can't. I don't know why you can't, but you can't. Oh, man. Bruh. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Step number 2 of getting my stuff back. Ow. Ow, dude. Chill out. Please. You are wet. Yeah, I could tell. Thanks for the heads up. And being chased by a boar. As usual. I feel like this is a really far run. Okay. We are firmly in the Black Forest. There's a troll right there. We don't want to do anything with him. We want nothing to do with that. Oh, give me those. I just want to find my burial chambers. I feel like I didn't need to go this far last time. Oh, is that it right there? That might be it right there. Alright. See what happens. Open door to the left. Yes. Here's my stuff, part 2. Dude, that's not cool, man. That's not cool. That's not cool. Okay, I need to lure them out. Here's how we get my stuff back, yeah? We lure them out, we run in, we close the door behind us. Look at that. Pro shit. Okay. Okay, put this on. Put this on. Eat that. I can't eat anything else, that's fine. 1 and 6. Okay. Alright, alright, alright. There is another one. I'm in such trouble. Where did the other one come from? Okay, I'm not dead yet. I'm not dead yet. I'm not dead yet. Just gonna let this, Oh, I saw a Surtling core. That's what we want. That little red glowy thing, that's what we want. Okay, so if I get them both to swing at the same time... I didn't get them to swing at the same time. I'm at 4 health. I need to win this fight. How can I regen health right now? There's somebody shooting at me? Bro. Where did the archer come from? This is not good. This is bad. Okay, he missed. Is this a door? It is. Okay. Okay, okay. Did he come from down here? He definitely did. Okay. We grab the core. Grab the core. No room in inventory. Ditch this. Okay. There was an archer at the end of the hall? Dude, I literally was like, I was holding the button to prepare a roll. To time it for that guy's arrow. And then I didn't see the skeleton at the end of the hall because I was watching the dude in front of me to time my roll to dodge his arrow. Bruh. 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 Damn it. That was almost cool. I'm not going to pick up any more items on my way. Because it made it hard to get my stuff back because there was stuff in my inventory when I, like, opened my tombstone. Which was, like, major panic moment. I wish the club didn't suck. I would love to actually just, like, fight the skeletons and win. Take a couple of berries. No. Okay, so we can eat one later if we need, and then throw the other one out if also necessary. That was so painful. That's such a painful death. I played that right. If I just had noticed that guy at the end of the hallway, I would have scooted left. So that I'd have been body blocked by the one that I was, like, getting ready to dodge. And I'd have been fine. But I didn't even see that guy at the end of the hallway. There's one right here. Oh, this one's so much closer. Okay. Good to know now, I guess. Oh, man. Yeah, you have fun with that, Mr. Boar family that was chasing me. Have fun with those skeletons. That's a mountain right there. Good to know that exists. Oh, wow, wait. What? How have I not run into this mountain yet? Do we see any silver poking out? Keep an eye out. Because if we see silver, then we are, like, crazy ahead. We're in crazy good shape if we see silver. I'm not seeing any. It's definitely worth investigating later, though. Definitely worth investigating. That might be some right there, actually. We'll have to see. I'd run up there and check real quick, but I, like, guarantee I would get immediately attacked by a wolf if I did. Oh, the tower is new. I haven't come across this tower yet. Oh, gentlemen. This might have a weapon in it. Okay. Another one. Well, I don't need to draw all this attention to myself. We already have enough of them chasing me. A little house. There's a beehive in there. I don't really have time to loot that, though. Okay, that's back into the... Okay, I need to get over there, I think. No? Am I too inland? I think I might be too inland. Wait, no, definitely not, because I think the Black Forest that I was going to was definitely farther away than the one where you just looked at. Which is funny. There we go. Yeah, I will not need the second one. How far inland did I go? I have no idea where I am. There's just another tower right here. And what looks to be another Black Forest. And I don't know if this is the correct Black Forest or not. I don't think it is. Alright, here's the new play, right? I'm gonna run into this chamber, basically naked. And I'm gonna get more than enough Surtling cores, and then we're good. That's what's gonna happen. Calling it. Alright, we don't want anything to do with that. Skeletons. I don't see anything red. Okay. Dude, no. I need the sneak thing to show back. There we go. Okay, I'm sneaking. I'm successfully sneaking. They're trying to break the door anyway. Couldn't tell you why. I just can tell you they are. Let's get my stamina back. Go in. That's what I wanted to see. One down. Oh! Roll. Roll. No! Okay. I'm gonna be honest. I think I'm not good enough at Valheim to do this no map shit, man. I don't think I'm that good at this game yet. I need to play it more. Whoops, I just punched my wall. Looks nice outside. I think I need to practice this game more. I think I need to throw myself at it. I need to do some servers, play with people, and do some fighting and skill building and stuff. I need to do like a legit playthrough of the game to not spoil the experience. And then I need to like boot up like a practice world to practice certain things, like looting those burial chambers, for example. Um, there's my hiccups. What if I switch over to RuneScape? What if I switch over to the run escape game? My hiccups are terrible right now. What is happening to me? I'm gonna be right back in 1 second. Sorry that I'm still on BRB, guys. My computer's being funky. I'll be back in a minute. I need to see what's going on. You know, I'm just gonna do something that I want to play for fun. How about that? How about that plot twist? I'm just gonna play something because I want to. Oof. That's like top tier shit right there. That is top tier shit. Okay. That's the one. Okay. Hit him with the main and have what, chill for a second. Chill for a second. Okay. Okay. Chill chill for a second. Okay, that's like really loud. Hold on. Let's just turn that down. Just hit him with the solid 19. Okay. Online. Exterminatus. Start search. Chaos Unleashed. Please tell me there's people. 0. That's not good. Okay, there's none there. What about classic? Looks like nothing. Oh, one. Oh, oh, oh. All right. All right, I'm in. We got a lobby. Just a storm bolter. Boring. Okay, we want that one. Tactical 2 is the good one. All right. So this game that I'm playing is a game that I used to play a lot back on my PlayStation 3. It's called Space Marine. It's a Warhammer 40,000 game. And it is a great game. The third-person shooter over the shoulder, as you can clearly see. And it's a fun game. I played this a lot back in the day. Okay. There's a Space Marine 2 coming out sometime in the near future. So that's kind of why I've like dabbled in this game recently to like get back into the swing of things for when the second one comes out. Okay. Oh man, it's just gonna keep migrating hosts. Trying to get 2 headshots. There we go. Man, they're so close to me. All right. What? Whoa. Okay. I'll catch you later. Bye, Lego. Hmm. Mm-hmm. No. Oh. Okay. I gotta figure out what I want to do. I don't know what I want to do for my stream. I'm lost. I'm at a loss. At a loss. Maybe I just commit to the RuneScape. What if I just commit to the RuneScape stream? I could do that. Why is it not showing my stream right now? That's so weird. No, that's not what I want to do. That's not what I wanted to do. There we go. Okay. Edit. Let's see. Let's just say maxing progress. OSRS. And then switch it to be the correct game. Old school RuneScape. Okay, let's just unmute some stuff real quick here. So I was working on glass blowing. I was doing a good old bit of crafting training. OBS, where are you? There you are, OBS. Doing a lot of crafting training because that's going to be my next 99. We got agility, we got farming. My last RuneScape stream, both to 99. Reason those were first, I just wanted an untrimmed agility cape because that's cool. And then the farming cape, I've just been close to having farming from herb runs and tree runs all the time. So that was just like my closest natural skill to 99. And so I rush agility to get my untrimmed to be that instead of an untrimmed farming cape. I want my next cape to be crafting. Because the skill cape perk is amazing and really strong and helps a lot. And is big powerful. So that's what I've been working away at, is the crafting cape. Right now I've got almost 12,000 green dragon leather and almost 12,000 molten glass that I've been working through for a lot of crafting experience. I was like level 92 the other day, I think. And we're already like powering through to 90, 95. Crafting is a very fast skill. It's just kind of boring. You just kind of stand there and do, so like thread, needle, green dragon leather, right? This is all I can do. I can't go do anything else while I'm doing this because I have to keep opening my bank, which is lame, but it's really good XP, at least. It's a bank standing skill, right? Not the most thrilling or exciting thing to do. But again, the skill cape perk that you get for crafting is the closest teleport to a bank in the entire game. At least the closest one click teleport to a bank. I don't think there's any better teleports to a bank. I think the crafting cape remains the best one, which is cool. It's a nice add-on. That's a nice benefit to a skill cape. I don't know if that was intended whenever they gave the crafting cape the ability to teleport to the crafting guild. But let's see, OSRS crafting cape. I'm checking the wiki real quick. Crafting cape. Unlike the skills necklace, the cape will teleport players inside the guild. This is highly valued by many players as it offers quick access to a bank. Players without 99 crafting still need to complete at minimum the hard Falador diary to access the bank. So yeah. Let's see. Crafting cape can be used to access the guild without the need to wear a brown or golden apron. I don't really care about that. Wow. Despite being a member's object, it can still be used to enter the crafting guild on free-to-play worlds in place of a brown or golden apron. That's sick. I doubt that's intended, but that's sick. Anyway, so that's what I want my next 99 to be. Crafting is easy. It's pretty quick in comparison to some of the other 99s I gotta get. And the perk that you get for it is really good. Like really, really good. And it'll be useful for training other skills like whatchamacallit? Any skills that I have to run to the bank, like wood cutting, rune crafting, hunter, if I decide to do like herbivore, I think it's useful for herbivore. Actually, no. With herbivore, I think you just know your herbs at the gnome. So never mind. Maybe not hunter. Maybe hunter. Maybe not. I don't know. It'll be good for a lot of things. It'll be good for all sorts of things. So I definitely want to get that cape. It'll be good for PVM is one thing. If I'm doing something like Corp Night with the clan members, it'd be really nice to be able to teleport to the crafting guild when I need a bank. Instead of having to go to my house, then the Grand Exchange, and then bank like that, and then go back to Corp. It'd just be nice to teleport, like, to the crafting guild to bank, to my house to pool, and then use the jewelry box to go right back to Corp. Stuff like that. Basically, whenever you're doing PVM where there's lots of resetting your stats, it'll be nice for that. Vorkath would be another one. Maybe, honestly, any of the Desert Treasure 2 bosses, it'd be nice. So, yeah. Run to the restroom real quick. I'll be right back. What would I like to work on stream? What would I like to do? Maybe some Slayer. Maybe a wee bit of Slayer. That's another one that the crafting cape will be good for, is training Slayer. Getting back to the bank quickly to, like, deposit loot and stuff like that. I'm trying to think other skills that it would be nice for. Maybe I'm overvaluing the crafting cape. I think it would be nice for rune crafting. How nice would it be for rune crafting? Let's see. If I'm doing blood runes under Mauritania, I don't really need to bank. I know, yeah, you do need a bank. What am I talking about? It'd be good for, like, getting essence out of the bank. If I'm doing, like, blood runs. It'd be good for, like, fishing, for, like, banking fish, depending on what I'm fishing. I was thinking about getting the stuff set up to AFK Karambwans, because that's what most people recommend, and it's relatively profitable, actually. Plus, it would help me bank 99 cooking in the process of getting 99 fishing at Karambwans. It would be... Is there an anvil in the crafting guild? That's worth knowing. That's definitely worth knowing. I don't think so. What's the closest teleport to an anvil? Is that Edgeville? That's a furnace, that's not an anvil. Let's see. OSRS closest anvils to a teleport. Port Phasmatis. I don't see an anvil in Port Phasmatis, what? Sorry for the sneeze. Jesus. Anvil. Here we go. Interestingly, it doesn't tell you on the wiki which one is closest to a conventional teleport. At all. Which I figured it would. I figured that would be one of the things that was on there. So it's not really useful for smithing. It is useful for wood cutting. Not really for fire making. Not really for cooking. It'd be good for doing clue scrolls and stuff. Man, I just got the hiccups really bad. There they are. Oh my gosh. I might be overvaluing the crafting cape. I feel like I'll use it. I feel like I will use it. I'm reading stuff about the crafting cape. Welcome back, Phantazap. I don't know what to do for my stream, so I'm just kind of idly AFKing stuff on RuneScape while I read about like strategies for my account. I'm very firmly in the end game of RuneScape, like very, very firmly in the end game, and I'm like, there are so many things that I can work on that are all good, which is like one of the good parts about RuneScape is whenever you have like so many things that you can go do. It's like, you know, that's like the whole point of an MMO. Whereas like when you're like in the mid game, you RNG'd the Floon, waiting till a friend within the glitching scene wakes up and checks that everything is good with the save file, as compared to the current ace route. Fair enough. Fair enough. Basically, there's like a point in the mid game of RuneScape that I'm thankfully past where your account is basically locked behind certain things. Like you need to do certain, like, for example, you really need a quest cape for a lot of content to be unlocked. A lot of content is locked behind a quest cape. Now you could argue that you could do a quest, unlock the content that that quest unlocks, and then go grind that out. But if you did it that way, and you like did the quest one at a time like that, it would take you so long to finish all the quests that like, that's not the best way to do it. So like, you kind of have to like work on your quest cape, and you have to work on like getting recipe for disaster gloves, and you have to work on training your combat stats so you can do more PVM. And there's usually, you can really only usually work on like a couple of things at a time. Like you could do fishing until 99. From the start of the game, you could just non-stop fish until you hit 99. But you'd have wasted so much time on something that's not going to give you a lot of like return, right? And also, when you do things like quests, you unlock better ways to train skills. So like there are a lot of fish that you have to do quests to get. For example, like one of the best AFK low effort fishing methods is getting Karambwans. You have to do like a whole quest line to unlock Karambwans. Another one is monkfish, same thing. You have to do one of the like hardest quests in the game to unlock monkfish. So there's like, you basically have to work on things. If you want to do it efficiently, you have to work on things in like a set order. But once you get to the end game and you've like gotten rid of all of the content gates, the world is my oyster. I can almost do anything in the game. There are like only a couple things that I don't have the stats for. There's I need like 3 fire making levels for master clues. I need a few herblore levels for master clues. I need a lot of Slayer levels for my achievement diary. But I'm not in any rush to do those things because none of those things are locking content for me. You can do just what your mind desires. Exactly. With one overarching theme, right? Which is working towards maxing my account. I want to get level 99 in all of my skills because I wanted to do that when I was a kid and I never accomplished that. So getting all 99s in RuneScape as an adult will be like validating the journey that my younger self took. You know what I mean? Like I'm seeing it through kind of thing. So I want to do that one day. I want to pull that off. It's just I'm trying to figure out what order I want to do it in. I'm trying to figure out what I want to go do. It's like a good problem to have. Like too many choices. On all of them are good. You believe in me? I believe in me too. I've been crushing progress on this. Like, here's the thing about RuneScape. There's this big meme on the internet because of RuneScape that 92 is half of 99. 92 is half of 100. And that's because in RuneScape, the maximum level of a skill is 99. And with the XP curve, you are halfway to 99 roughly when you hit level 92. You literally like halfway to you're halfway to 99 rather when you're 92. So the last 7 levels take the same amount of effort as the first 91 levels. Which is a pretty strong curve. A very dramatic curve, actually. So even though I have all of my skills in what seems like, it looks like it should be a downhill sprint at this point, right? Like there are literally no skills underneath 50, which in theory would be halfway, right? And but realistically, if you kind of math it out, I'm like barely sitting around halfway experience wise. Now I'm not actually halfway on the grind because as you level up skills, you unlock better training methods. A really good example is like the combat stats. The way that combat experience work is for every point of damage you do, you get 5 experience. You get 4 in the combat style that you used, and then 1 in hit points, right? So let's say I hit an enemy and I deal 1 point of damage. I will get 4 attack experience and 1 hit points experience. But the more strength and attack levels I have, the more often and the higher damage I do per hit. So instead of hitting a 1 or a 0, 100 divided by 2 equals 92 or 7. Yeah, exactly. 100 divided by 2 equals 92 or 7, exactly. It's a big meme. So like by leveling up these skills, basically the way that I've always seen it is once you get to 92, the harder half is over with. Like, yes, you got levels faster, but you're going to get faster experience in the second half, just objectively. There are very few skills where you unlock the best training method very early on. And those would be like fishing, and that's if you're doing like a crazy tick manipulation method that's not like intended. Mining, similarly, you can do like 3 tick 4 granite or something like that is like the fastest mining experience, but you're literally using tick manipulation. It wasn't an intended thing. So anyway, the second half of any skill is the easier half, in theory. So I am, in that way, well beyond the halfway point, in general. And by having agility be one of my first 99s, or actually my first 99, this is like one of the like 3 or 4 slowest skills to 99. And I wanted it to be my first 99 because it is very few players' first 99. So I have a particularly rare item on my account, which is an untrimmed agility cape. With it being my first 99, I was able to get the cape untrimmed. Which is, it feels pretty cool. It's pretty sick. You're not going to be using those kinds of things, by the way you worded that? Using what kind of things? Oh, the tick manipulation stuff? No, because so here's the deal, right? If I get to 92 mining, and then I decide I want to do the last 7 levels of mining at like 3 tick 4 granite, it's going to be like 30 to 40 hours of high intensity, like precise clicking if I want to maintain maximum XP per hour. When I could, instead of doing 30 to 40 hours, I could do like 45 to 50 hours of throwing this up on my second monitor while I'm streaming like Pokemon or Minecraft, right? And that's just definitionally more efficient because it's like 0 time. If I'm doing other content, that is me using my effort correctly, right? And then if I'm like doing slower but easier methods on a second monitor, that is effectively experience that I, in theory, would not have gotten because I wouldn't have been focused on RuneScape in that moment, right? So I won't be using any of those gross tick manip methods. There are a few exceptions because there are some tick manipulation methods that I do find fun. There's a fishing one that you unlock in like the 70s or 80s. It's like it's 2 tick harpoon fishing, and literally how it works is the way that actions are determined in RuneScape is off of game ticks, and RuneScape is an old game, and so the ticks are nothing like what you'd expect in 30 hours of pain versus 45 hours existing with some free XP. Exactly. There's this like fun method in my opinion. So basically there are 100 ticks a minute in RuneScape. It's 100 BPM. Which, by the way, because of that really weird value of 100 per minute, the reason why I set it as 100 beats per minute, 100 BPM, is because they've developed some bosses to quite literally being a rhythm game. And while you're killing the boss, you're like dodging their attacks and attacking them. You're like dodging their attacks on ticks and then clicking them to deal damage off of ticks because it will attack on the next available tick. So you can like queue up an attack while you're positioning your mouse to dodge the next attack. It's like, it's actually top tier shit. Like it's actually well done. It's like using something old to make something cool as fuck with it. But conversation for another day. How certain things are determined and how XP rates are determined are, there's like a certain level of RNG based on whether or not your character will perform an action. So let's say I have 91 fishing. For sake of like argument, this isn't directly how it works, but let's say that equates to I have a 91% chance to get a fish on the next available tick whenever I'm fishing, right? Well, as I get closer and closer to 99, I miss a fishing opportunity less and less. And you'll get to a point where you are basically getting a fish on every possible fishing tick. Now, the game will max you out at 1 fish per 3 ticks. Or I believe that's what it is. I think you can get 1 fish for every 3rd game tick. That's like the maximum speed at which you can fish. And they do that so that XP rates aren't dramatically different from each other. Basically, your XP would scale ridiculously with levels, and they don't want it to scale that much with levels. They want it to be like a light scaling. Well, there's a method using harpoons way up here on the map on these 2 fishing spots, where there are rats that are sitting on the dock right here, and rats have an attack speed of once every 4 ticks. So every 4 ticks, a rat will hit you. You can line up the rats so that you're getting hit every 2 ticks. And by doing that, when your character is hit, it resets the fishing timer of the fishing animation. Or rather, not the animation. It resets the timer on when you can catch your next fish. So by doing that, it is possible to get a fish every 2 ticks instead of 3 ticks, which can be up to 50% bonus experience. And it's just really funny watching people do it, because they'll sit there on the beach with holding a bow with no ammo, like with no arrows, so they don't accidentally kill a rat. They'll get hit by the rat, they'll turn towards the rat to shoot it, and then turn back around and harpoon a fish out of the water. Wait, that's kind of sick? Yeah, see? Like, that particular method, in my opinion, here, actually, I'll show you. Instead of being all talk, there's no reason I can't go over there and like demonstrate. It's been a while since I've done it, so I'll probably mess up a bit, but it is pretty damn cool. So I need a harpoon, my good harpoon, and then I'm gonna need this, and then I need a bow. We'll use a MSB. Do you gain XP while getting hit? No, only while dealing damage. So we turn on auto retaliate, which will will force my character to react to an enemy that's attacking me. In like any one of the stats, no, you don't get any experience for taking damage. It's counterintuitive, but the way that you get defense XP is by using defensive style in combat. So like you'll do less damage, but you will take less damage, kind of thing. Anyway, I need my Book of the Dead to teleport to Piscarilius. So it's been a while since I've done this, so I'm not going to do it perfectly, but that's okay. What you want to do is you go over to here. All right, so we got a rat right there. We're going to hit him. Hang on. I forget the best way to get a rat to follow you without killing it instantly, because I'm going to kill them instantly. Hang on. How do you get... That's right, you hit them with a stun spell. So I need 6 water, 2 body. I haven't done this in a while, as you can see. So 2 body, 6 water. That's 2 weakens. All right. We'll put the magic shortbow back on so I don't kill the rats. Okay, there's one right there. So we're gonna weaken the rat. Come on over here, buddy. Okay, so he's on his way over. I need another rat. The one that I killed needs to respawn. Is it that one? It might be that one right there. Alright. So we'll get that rat. And if we get lucky, they'll line up on their own. Nope, they're both attacking me on the same tick. So what we do is we line up the rats by doing this. No, he walked out of range. Dang it. Dang it. Come back. Don't die when I hit you, please. Okay, well. I have to redo this. Hold on. Let's just grab... I'm gonna just take, like, a few casts of each so that I can reset. I haven't done this in a while. You wouldn't want to fill up your inventory this much. Normally, you would get it first try if you're, like, good. I did not, because I haven't done this in a long-ass time. Okay, weaken on this rat. And then weaken on the... Oh, no, don't kill the rat. Okay. That's almost lined up. So if I run like this, they'll line up. I need to wait until I get hit by a rat, and then walk under it. Okay, so you'll notice that they are attacking me every 2 game ticks. So this is a harpoon fishing spot. I don't want to run. I want to walk. Oh no. Well, I lined them back up on accident. I didn't, Okay, we got it. Alright, so the method is I want to tag all rats. Click. I gotta get this cadence back. Catch the fish, sir. Catch the fish. Okay. I gotta be doing something wrong. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. 2-tick harpoon fishing. I haven't done this in literally like 3 months. Like, it's been a minute.
Hey everyone, it's Lil Kev, and welcome to my guide on 2-tick harpoon.
Okay, I'm just clicking at the wrong time is all. And I'm not doing the right thing. So, okay, here's what I do. After I get hit, I click the fishing spot. The fishing spot's all moved. Where? Over there? What? What is this trolling? What? Okay, well, I guess we have to reset. Because the fishing spots both despawned. What do you want? What do you want? A triangle sandwich. Thank you. I appreciate it. Okay, so we will weaken on... This is out of range of both the rats. Wait. Did I just get trolled? Okay. Fair enough, you know? Fair enough. I guess we just hop worlds. Okay. That's the right spot. Alright, so now we hit them with a... I hit you with a weaken. You're trying your best? I am, and it's just not going well for me. I deserve better. Okay, they're both coming over. How is that out of range? Dude, come back. Come back. Come back. Come back. Why are you going so far away, dude? Oh my god. Please. What do you mean? Your foe strength has already been lowered. You guys suck. Okay. We're going for the confuse because weaken has a cooldown apparently. Look at how far they're running. I'm getting actually trolled. I'm getting actually trolled right now. Okay. All right, they're lined up. Walk under. Okay. All right. Okay. We have it lined up. Hold up.
Fishing. Although it's not as popular as barbarian fishing, this method offers the fastest XP rates in game, upwards of 140k XP an hour at full focus. The level requirement for this method is 71, so you can catch both tuna and swordfish. Otherwise, the gear and inventory requirements are pretty minimal. For gear, the shortbow is... Otherwise, the gear and inventory requirements are pretty minimal. For gear, the level requirement for this method is 71, so you can catch both tuna and swordfish.
Okay. What am I doing wrong?
Otherwise, the gear and inventory swaps, and then your left, which you see right now with the dog a lot. Setting gear. There's what if you've ever done that line and you kind of go back and forth, it can attack you at a time. You wait for a hit split, the second character, and then you be separated by 2 game ticks, which is what we want. But now that we have the rat attack set up, here's how to properly time your clicks when you're doing this training method. When you see a hit spot on your character, click on the fishing spot. Then when you see your character's harpoon raise up to its peak to go fish, is when you want to click on the water tile directly next to that fishing spot. What this does, it cancels the action of fishing and it'll get your character to turn back towards the rats. You can use other one-tick actions such as dropping fish or fletching darts to do the same thing. And then after you see your character turn to the rats, you just rinse and repeat. And that about covers it for this video. I hope you found it helpful. If you have any questions on this or requests for future videos, just let me know in the comments. If you're ever looking for random advice, groups to go raiding with...
Okay, I see what I'm supposed to be doing. I haven't done this in a long time. Is it... Do I need auto-retaliate off? Am I stupid? No, because my character's not turning.
Whatever, my Discord's linked below, so popular is barbarian fishing, full sword. The shortbow does get in the inventory trait to add this north teleport, so to make this swaps, and you can't rat, and you'll see training. You can use it, and what it does, it just highlights the fishing tiles. You can adjust it to put icons over it, or the names of the fish you can catch at those fishing spots. It's not really a game changer anyway, you just might like to have it on or something.
Okay, OSRS, two-tick harpooning. I know how... I've done this before. I promise you I've done this before. Two-tick fishing. Here we go. It's because I had my bow on accurate. It's because I had my fucking bow on accurate. Oh my god. And the fishing spot moved. It's because I had my fucking bow on accurate. I'm pretty sure that's why. Why is my character not doing the fishing action? There we go. Okay. You see how fast I got fish just now? It moved. I was doing it so well. I was doing it so well. No. Oh, my inventory is full. Now, there's some really crazy methods where you put your inventory right here so that while you're doing it, so you know how like I'm clicking and then clicking off to reset my attack, my like be attacked timer. I need to get some fish to demonstrate. Instead of doing the click off, I can shift click. I messed it up. I messed it up. But like, you can use dropping a fish out of your inventory to reset the attack timer too. So instead of doing like click click, you could do click drop, click click, click drop, click click, click drop. I messed up. I messed up. I messed up. But you get the idea. Like, you can get crazy shit with it. Like, you could get like that. I'm a legend. Oh, the cadence was so good. The cadence was so good. You see how it works. Like, you see how it works. Like, once you get in the groove, like once you've like gotten it, it's by far like the coolest way to go fishing in the game. You love the third rat? Yeah, like the party crasher that just showed up. I'm just not like with it right now. But like, I think you see. And like, whenever I was doing this, like I did this for like a few hours one day. And it really was like my favorite way to do fishing. because it's just mechanically cool. Oh, it moved. It moved. It moved. You just pull up an anime or something, a podcast, so that I can keep my eyes on my inventory while still getting the content. But otherwise, yes. Um, it's like when you like, oh, it came back. Wait, it came back. No, I was too reliant on these two tiles. I lost the cadence. Some fish yes, some fish no. Um Basically higher level fish, it's like because you need levels to be able to like try to fish them in the first place, they have like a lower catch rate than what you would normally have catching a fish, like a lower level fish at that level. So basically, because these are not level 1 fish, unfortunately, no. If they were shrimp, then yeah, I would catch a fish every possible time. They ever just added an entirely new stat in recent years? No, but we are getting the sailing skill. I'm gonna turn off this music. It's getting very repetitive. I'm done doing this for right now because I don't need to train fishing. I was just doing that for demonstration. As you can see, I am capable of it. I just need to not be so rusty. And also, I think a little bit of that was like probably because I'm trying to do it live. Where it's just like if I'm like less like stressed to like show somebody and I'm just doing it for experience, like it's like more relaxed. Anyway, you get the idea. I can do it, and whenever I do go back to fishing, I will be doing that. But we're getting the sailing skill sometime next year. So whenever that's going to be the first skill that we've gotten in old school. They have added a lot of skills to RuneScape 3, the current version of the game. Old school hasn't had a skill added yet, but we're getting sailing, which is actually a unique skill to old school. There is no sailing skill in RuneScape 3, which is kind of sick. So I'm looking forward to sailing getting added. I can't wait for them to put it in the game. Um, and they've already determined it's like a really like homage thing. They're paying homage to a character in this area of the map in Draenor. This right here, the rope trader spot. There's a sailor here named Ned who helps you sail to Krondor, which is an island. This island right here. It helps you finish the grand or like the hardest quest in free to play, Dragon Slayer, which was the first like high level quest that they ever added in RuneScape. It was like back in the day, Dragon Slayer was like the end of the game. Like it's not that hard to get Dragon Slayer done, but back then to get the gear and the stats and everything you needed to finish Dragon Slayer was quite the grind. they're giving the skill cape for sailing to Ned, who is like a classic NPC. He's been in the game since the game was a thing. Like he's been in the game since day one. He's not like a new character by any stretch. And they're giving him the sailing cape because he sails you to Krondor Island, which is sick. It's like such a good throwback to like an otherwise unused character that does something really cool for you back in the day. Maybe you'll have maxed out everything prior to sailing. I probably will have a max cape by the time sailing gets added. Yes, there's a high likelihood that I will have 99 in all skills by the time sailing is dropped. I've been progressing my account like kind of rapidly recently. I've been like, whenever I'm doing my second job, I'm able to like, sometimes I'm sitting in a car for like 4 hours waiting for somebody to get out of their doctor's appointment. I just get on RuneScape on my phone and grind away. Whenever I'm streaming like Cryptic Craft or Minecraft stuff, I'm training like mining or crafting. Oh, I was training agility and farming. Now I'm like off to other skills. Um, I've just been like very efficiently playing the game in the background constantly. And let's see, if I go to the Wise Old Man website, which is like an experience tracking website, I'm 485 hours of efficient gameplay away from maxing my account. Now none of the things I'm doing are efficient. When it says efficient hours played, like I'm not doing the fastest crafting method, I'm doing an AFK crafting method. But let's say I do 2 hours of AFK crafting, and that's equivalent experience wise to 1 hour of efficient crafting. That's still good. Like that's still like decent. Because if I do a 4 hour stream, I'm knocking, what is that, like 0.5% roughly off of that goal. And then if I stream 3 times a week, if I stream like 4 times a week rather, that rounding up a little bit, being a little bit generous, we also take some time that I did some on my phone while I was at work. That's like 1% in 1 week. And that's just from the AFK time. That's not the time that I'm actually spending like streaming RuneScape and doing it efficiently. So I think I'll get there before they add sailing. I think I'll pull it off. So we'll see. We'll see if I can. If I can't, that's fine. Like, I'm not worried if I have to do sailing as well to get my max cape. That doesn't bother me. It'd be nice to pull it off, but I'd be okay if I don't. I'm comfortable getting my max cape slowly in the background instead of being an addict and playing this game like 8 hours a day, like actively staring at the screen. Doing the occasional RuneScape stream where I'm focused on the game to do those sweaty like fishing method that I just did. I'm down with that. Like that doesn't feel bad. But again, or like when I'm like listening to like news podcasts and stuff like that, then I can actively focus on the game while still like doing something that is important, which is like keeping up with the day-to-day stuff. But I think I'll pull it off. That man right there is training his fletching. He's making probably, was that a maple log? I don't remember if that log changes color based off of what log you're using in your physical model. I'm gonna guess maple short bows. I think he's making maple short bows. What I'm wondering is if they add a special thing, upgrade the OG max cape if they're requiring sailing towards it once. Well, they're gonna pull it. They already talked about this. What they're probably going to do is make it so that you can get the max cape with, so like right now I think it's 27. I think there's 27. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 23. How did I get 20? Where did I get 27? Maybe 27 is how many skills there are in RuneScape 3. That's probably what it is. There's 23 skills right now, right? 3 by 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 3 by 7 is 21, 22, 23. Yeah, there's 23. I think what they said is they're going to let you get a max cape at any 23 99s. But then once you have all 99s, you would get the trim. So for example, right now I have an agility skill cape, right? This was my first level 99. Once you get any second 99, you can trim your first skill cape will become trimmed, and every other skill cape that you get after that will automatically be trimmed. And you can't untrim them, which by the way, that's why I did agility first, because this is a very rare untrimmed cape. Most people do not get agility as their first 99. So I have like a relatively rare piece of equipment by doing this one first. That's why I did that. But basically by having 23 99s, I would have a max cape, and then any 99 that I get after that, or if I get all other skills 99, so let's say they add like 2 more skills, right? I would need to get all of the skills 99 to put on a trimmed max cape. Does that make sense? I believe that's the way that they're going to do it. I think. Um, they've said that there's a couple ideas that they have in mind. Um, Honestly, what I would vote for, uh, it's a shame that cape will only last for a bit. What do you mean? Oh, the agility cape. There's a trick that you can use. I already have another 99. So there's a trick that you can use to keep your first. So like if you look, I've got an agility cape and then I've gotten an agility cape trimmed. You were like getting a second 99. It does. Automatically it does. But there's a glitch you can use to keep some untrimmed capes. And I did that glitch and I will do that glitch. But you have multiple ones? Yes. So my untrimmed capes, what you do whenever you're about to get a 99, you drop them on the ground and then you pick them up with a spell instead of by actually picking them up off the ground. So if I use telekinetic grab to pick up my, I need to get my Phoenix to not stand on that. If I use telekinetic grab to pick up my capes, it will not trim them. I can actually demonstrate this. So I will get rid of one of my agility capes because I don't need 8. So like I'm gonna pick up almost all of these with my telekinetic grab to demonstrate, but I'll pick up the last one by hand. So if you notice, whenever I telekinetic grab these, they're still normal agility capes. But if I pick one up by hand, it trims. So I can keep some untrimmed capes by picking them up with that method. I'm now down to 7, which I'm fine with. I overdid it. I only wanted 3. So don't worry. Like I didn't just like ruin my collection or anything. I want 3 specifically. Because that's like a couple layers of fail safe in case I lose one. I should never actually lose one, but anyway, you get the idea. There's a glitch that you can do to keep your capes untrimmed. I forgot that I could do that. That's really good. Anyway, so yeah, that's how I have an untrimmed agility cape. I will be able to keep it until a max cape because of that glitch. So I have a relatively rare agility cape, or a relatively rare cape in the game in general. Like, let's see, if I do, let's see, OSRS untrimmed capes. Count. Okay, so the cape that you end up wearing at all times will be the fishing one. What do you mean? I don't have the fishing cape yet. Or are you saying you think that I will whenever I get it? Yeah, no, probably not. Fishing is not my favorite skill. That method that I showed you just so happens to be my favorite method of training fishing. Oh, I see what you're saying because of like my brand and stuff. I would, but fishing in RuneScape, the only reason I like doing that super sweaty like click intensive method is because fishing sucks in RuneScape. It sucks. It's like normally the way that you fish is you click a spot and then you wait, right? You just sit there. And the fishing spots will move like you saw earlier. So like while I was doing that, I had to like constantly move up the beach to get to a new spot. And they'll move just often enough that you can't not pay attention if you want to like get good experience. You have to like keep moving around to fishing spots. It sucks. It's not like a tree where the tree is right in front of me, and when I cut it down, it will respawn and still be right in front of me, right? So like with wood cutting, for example, that's like chill. I can just click here and then like look at my other monitor, and then like every so often just click the same spot again, right? Fishing, you constantly have to move from fishing spot to fish. It's fucking terrible. It's terrible. I don't like fishing. Um, my my go-to cape will probably be so my fashion scape on RuneScape, the armor that I like wearing. Actually, that's not entirely accurate. I prefer this thing now that I have it. Is this set right here. This is what I like. This is like my bank standing set. Whenever I'm not doing anything that requires equipment, this is what I'm wearing. I like the purple aesthetics. It looks really cool. I look like a vampire hunter kind of thing, which is ironic because these are quite literally vampire clothes, which is just funny. But anyway, I look very like vampire hunter-esque, right? It's purple themed. The two skill capes that are purple are one, cooking, which is unimpressive. This is the fastest level 99 in the game. You Fantazap could make a RuneScape account and get 99 cooking by the end of the week. And you would also get paid to do it. It's profitable. It is one of the easiest skills to get 99. So wearing a cooking cape is not impressive whatsoever. However, the one directly next to it, the thieving skill cape, is also purple. So I will probably be wearing the thieving cape. It's like purple with black trim, which I'm sure you can imagine will look great with this fucking armor set. Why is your character hot in that outfit? Because I know how to fashion scape. That's how. By the way, so does this person. They are wearing the one of my favorite shoe slot items in the game. It's just literally like wrapped sandals. They're sick. Anyway, the thieving cape is literally like dark purple. So like imagine the all skill capes are the same like shape. So like if I wear my agility cape, it is blue with red trim. The thieving cape is purple with black trim. So just like imagine that being purple but with black, and it matches this relatively well. So I'm probably going to be wearing the thieving cape for a while. But my end game, if I open up, if I go to main and show my display, hang on, OSRS, thieving cape. I'll show you. So if I show my display and go to the thieving cape, the trimmed thieving cape looks like this, which will look really good with my armor. The end game for me, though. So the max cape, whenever you level it up, whenever you get your cape to max, you are able to combine your max cape with various capes throughout RuneScape to be a cosmetic upgrade to those capes, but to also show off that you've maxed your account. This cape that I'm currently wearing is the Achievement Diary cape for Ardoin. And you can combine this cape with your max cape to be a cosmetic upgrade to this cape while still looking like a max cape. And that looks like this. And that is my end game. That is my end game. When I get this, you will barely ever see me not wearing this cape. It just looks so good. It just looks so damn good. And for the record, it comes with a max hood as well, which also looks fucking amazing. So that should answer your question. This is eventually my goal, and I will get there. I will absolutely get there. Make it happen. Alternatively, I probably won't be wearing that hood too much because there's also a very expensive head slot item that, in my opinion, just looks fucking fantastic. And then it'll get its trimmed version with the sailing. Exactly, Zap. This will probably be the head slot item that I wear because it keeps your hair cosmetic. Hoods remove your hair from your head. You look bald underneath the hood because it's just an old ass engine in an old ass game. And then like when you put on a head slot item, depending on what kind of head slot item it is, it literally replaces your hair. Your hair is technically equipped right now, like it's a helmet, which is funny. Anyway, this crown is one of the ones that does not replace your hair. It sits on top. So I would want this crown to go with my set because I just think it looks good. But we'll cross that bridge when I come to it. I don't have the money for that crown right now. It costs like 150 mil. And I have my whole bank value is 703 mil. And actually that's not even true because these aren't mine. My max bank value is 486 mil. So yeah, there you go. And speaking of, these things that aren't mine also look sick. This is the armor set that I wanted our skins to be based off of in Shadpire. It's like desert heat protected alligator leather based off of like armor that was left by Romans in Egypt or something like that. Which is just sick. This is like one of my favorite armor sets in the game. I think it looks amazing. My friend lent this to me, and I'm using this until he gets back from his vacation in a few days. It's the best ranged armor in the game right now. Anyway, there you go. I've RuneScaped your ear off. How much is the crystal crown? 150 million gold. 150 million gold. Also, how expensive is the Zerite crossbow? Hold the phone. 1.1 billion gold? Holy shit. This one crossbow, 428 mil. That one crossbow is almost my entire bank value. That's how rich my friend is. That's how rich my friend is. That's how rich my friend is. Probably a website or program out there for testing outfits on the model. I've looked for one and I haven't found one. The closest I've found is this website, Fashionscape Finder, where like I can put in, how do you even get that much? Doing high level PVM, high level like raids and stuff like that, which I can do. My account is literally built and I have gear to do raids. I just don't, do not like doing raids by myself. I think it's boring as fuck. And B, I'm more focused on maxing right now. And any time that I spend in a raid, I am getting some experience in my combat stats, but these are the easiest stats to train. I literally just put on my best equipment and attack monster. They are literally the easiest stats to train. These will be the easiest 99s to get. I'm more worried about things like my crafting and my flip and my fishing and my woodcutting and my hunter, which are not skills that I can train by doing raids. But anyway, this is the closest website that I've found for doing Fashionscape. So like I can do Ardoin Maxscape. Click search and it'll bring up everything that is of a similar color palette or as close as they can find to that item. So you can like get matching Fashionscape through this website. I really need to get a Nightmare Staff. This is really good for Fashionscape. It just looks so fucking cool. The other weapon I need for Fashionscape is the Scythe of Vertur. This weapon just looks so good. It just looks so good. The problem is this also costs, let's see, 700 mil. So this costs more than my entire bank value. So that's a ways away. That's a ways away. So yeah, anyway. Oh yeah, okay, so here's an example. So this crossbow that's 400 mil, I think it was it 400 mil? Yeah, 400 mil. This crossbow is dropped from a boss named Nex. Let's see. So if I look up OSRS Nex's drops. This is Nex's unique drop table. So in every 43 kills of Nex, you will roughly every 43 Nex kills, you will get one drop. And the drops are, like 150 mil, 367 mil, 274 mil, 418 mil, 320 mil. So this is the best money. Nex is the best money maker in the game right now, if you have the stats for her. But you can't solo her. You have to do her in a group. So when you get a drop, like say 418 mil on the plate body, the RuneScape community, thankfully, and especially the clan that I'm in and the people that I do PVM with, these guys that are talking down here, is big on splitting. So if I was with my friends and I get the 418 mil drop and I'm with 3 other people, we do a 4-way split. So each of us gets like roughly 100 and what is that? 104 mil, 104 and a half mil. Somewhere in that range. So that's kind of a thing that you have to follow. So I would roughly to pay for that crossbow. That crossbow is actually made out of this Nihil horn. So like if I was raiding with 3 other people, once we got 4 Nile horns, I'd just get to keep one if I wanted to, roughly, like GP, like cost wise. So that's how you make money. You do the things that get you those items, and then you make money. Um, I just don't. Again, I just do not like doing them by myself, and I. It's just this is just where you get an alt account and bring it all the way up to being able to fight next. That is a thing that people do, but alt like getting an alt to be next ready. Let me think about this. You'd have to do recipe for disaster because you definitely want Barrow's clubs. You'd have to do the Arceus. You got to get the Arceus spell book. Is that really all you'd have to do? And then you dump your gear onto it? Yeah. It wouldn't be that bad. And then solo her? I don't think it's possible to solo her, actually. I think that she has too high of a DPS, and the max DPS that you can do is like you could not bring enough food in your inventory to outlast her in a fight. I don't think it's actually possible to kill her solo. It might be with glitches, but usually stuff like that gets patched out pretty quickly. Jagex literally monitors, like they will get a ping if somebody solos a boss and they don't do it consistently. Like if if I go into do next and I suddenly get like a world record speed, even though I've only killed her like 10 times, they would literally get a ping and they would check and see if something is fishy. If somebody soloed next, I'm pretty sure Jmod would literally just teleport there invisible and watch your next kill to see how the fuck you did that. They're pretty tight about that stuff. Because if there is a glitch that lets you do something like that, it would crash the economy because then you could just sit in the room and kill her like hundreds of times without the like material cost because you wouldn't be eating food, right? And then you would crash all of those prices that we just showed, right? Like you personally could make these not cost anywhere near as much because let's see. Only 34 of these helmets get sold a day. And there are literally thousands of people playing the game. So like let's say you got 10 because of, your awesome method. In one day you would triple or you would increase their sales by 30%, which would dramatically affect the price. So yeah. Anyway, I think you get the idea. You sadly cannot solo next, but I could get an account up to do next while I'm skilling. But I'm not at that point in RuneScape where I want to make a second account. I'm not there yet. Maybe one day if I become a RuneScape like content creator, like if I get big as a RuneScape streamer, maybe then I'd make an alt account. But right now, nah, I'm just grinding away. I'm not worried about money at this moment. Money will come later. What's nice is a couple of skills are highly profitable. So, for example, rune crafting right here. I'm level 91 rune crafting. If we do OSRS soul running, crafting soul runes. Oops. Or OSRS rune crafting. Training. Pay to play rune crafting training. If we go to soul runes, players with high agility, which I have 99, graceful outfit, and a ring of endurance should not use the abyss and should run to the altar. I wouldn't be using that. I would be using the raiments of the eye. Crafting soul runes with the raiments of the eye makes soul rune crafting a more compelling choice for those willing to trade some of the profit from blood runes for the increased experience rates. You love the Stardew noises? Yeah, it's a mod for Opera GX. It's sick. Approximate number of soul runes crafted from 90 to 99. So if I started rune crafting soul runes at level 90 and got all the way to 99, I would make 405,000 soul runes. So like 500,000 soul runes, which equates to roughly 83 million gold. So just by training that one skill right there, I would make roughly 80 million gold. There are profitable skills in RuneScape. Um, what is the profit for doing bloods? Blood runes crafted with the Raymond's outfit, you'd make 750,000, and you'd get 147 million. Meh. I'd rather get the slightly faster experience from soul runes. It's still profitable. It's still very profitable. So there are ways to make money through skilling. Woodcutting is profitable, not very, but it is. Hunter is profitable. Rune crafting is profitable. Farming was very profitable and still is. I still do farm runs to this day for money. Fishing can be profitable. The method that I do actually is not profitable. That one that I was showing you, the harpooning method, where you drop the fish. I'm actually wasting money by dropping all that fish on the ground, but I don't care. It's fun and the experience rates are interesting. On the contrary, there are some skills that are quite literally a money sink. Like construction, you buy planks, you use planks to build furniture, and then you throw away the furniture. That's how you train construction. It is literally like, I will buy planks and I will never get that money back. So like, let's say I wanted to buy a mahogany plank. Mahogany planks are 2,000 gold each. Oh my god. Let's pull up some skill calculators. So OSRS construction calc. So if I go to construction calculator, my name's already in here, fetch my level. If I wanted to get to level 99 construction, and I was buying mahogany planks, for me to get to 99 construction, it will cost me 147 mil through mahogany planks. Now, I'm probably going to do oak planks, which is a lot slower. As you can see, I literally get 60 experience per oak plank as opposed to 140 per mahogany plank. It's a lot slower, but it is like less than half the cost. So like, whatever. I don't care. On what planet are oak planks a better deal than normal planks? That's got to have been recent. Why are planks so expensive? What? Why are oak planks cheaper? Did oak planks crash? That's not normal. Hold on. That's not normal. That's not normal. They did a little bit. So peak of 488 in recent times, and now they're sitting at 400. Huh. I feel like that cost is doable if you do a highly profitable one at the end of the day. So the way that I make money on my account, I can actually demonstrate. I do herb runs. So if I put on this equipment right here, this is my herb run gear. There are two important pieces to this armor set. The first one is the magic secateurs and the farming cape. They both do the same thing, but they stack with each other. This is why I got 99 farming as one of my first 99s, because this will always be a profitable thing that I can do that is very, very passive. Both of these will increase my farming yield by 5%. I will get 5% more crops when I do a farm run. I'm going to pull out some of this stuff. So I'm going to pull out some money, my compost bucket, some of these guys, some seeds, and my arty cape. I need to buy some more seeds. So for sake of showing you how this works, 10 torstal seeds, which is one run roughly. Actually, technically it's 8. So if I buy 8 torstal seeds, that's going to cost me 45k to buy 8 torstal seeds. Do a highly profitable skill, then immediately follow it up with construction. What'll probably happen for construction, so as you saw, it will cost me 65 mil in oak planks. I will probably go with a friend to do some sort of PVM. So like that next monster that I showed you, I'll do next. As soon as I get a split, I'll dip. I'll sell, like I will liquidate my portion of the split. So like let's say I get like 110 mil split because it's a 3-way split that's like 300 mil. Just for sake of argument, I get 100 mil. I will set aside the 60-ish mil for construction. I will just buy all the planks I need to get 99 construction and put them in the bank, and then have 40 mil left over for like gear upgrades or for supplies for our next PVM run. And then I am basically covered on skilling for the next like X amount of RuneScape hours, right? That's the way that I'm going to do those. But I'm always passively making money off of farming. So again, to explain, so you can see like you could see the way that this like kind of maths out. I spent 45,000 gold on 8 seeds. Let's go use those 8 seeds. So teleport to Ardoin. I have this herb patch right here. I'm gonna pick herbs. Holy shit. Okay, you usually do not get that many. I usually get like 7. I don't get like a full fucking inventory of them. Oh my god. So I get herbs, and then I turn herbs into banknotes at the little guy. My next herb spot is in Catherby. Easiest way to get there is to teleport to my house. Go over here. Teleport to Catherby. Another herb patch. I do this for 8 patches. So let's pick this one. I'm getting so lucky. I'm getting so lucky. What is happening? That's 2 in a row. Holy shit. Okay. Okay. This is not your average farm run so far. Hopefully one of the plants is actually not hopefully. Like if one of the plants is dead, it'll average out to what like a normal run is. So far none dead, knock on wood. Maybe this is just like a fucking banger farm run. I'm not supposed to have this many herbs this quickly. Okay, that is a lot closer to what's like considered normal, right? Like that, like if I got this many per herb patch, that wouldn't be surprising. But what just happened was kind of surprising. That was. Oh wait, I can just teleport with my cape for this one. Go to the farming guild patch. This giant red flower, by the way, is also giving me extra herbs. Bro. Okay. I thought it was going to pop off again. So, like... We did that. Back to my house. Go to Kuren. Teleport. Go over here. This is the best farming patch in the game. This is the strongest one. It can never be diseased, so the herbs will never die. And you get 5% bonus herbs from it if you have maxed out favor. And that was like way less good than either of the first 2 patches I got. Just goes to show how RNG trumps all. It's these days. Teleport to Mauritania. This is my favorite region of the map, Mauritania. I love this place. It's like all swamp. This place inspired my ocean only run because there's a guy on YouTube, a RuneScape YouTuber, his name's Settled. He locked an account to this region in the swamp, and it was called Swampletics. And it was like a swamp only Ultimate Iron Man. And then I did an ocean only run on Minecraft because of that inspiration that I got from that. Fun judge lore. Fun judge lore. Okay. These next 2 patches are also very powerful because these 2 are disease-free. Unlike the other one that was disease-free that I showed you before, these ones do not give you bonus herbs. They don't have like a bonus 5% like that one does. So technically speaking, that patch is better than these, but these are also very powerful patches. You will never find a dead herb plant at these patches. And the lore for it is kind of interesting. These herb patches are so far away. This one is literally on a mountain. It is so far away from any other plants that there is no way for them to spread disease to this plant. And because in lore, technically I could walk here, so there is technically a plot hole, but the I believe the reason why I don't carry disease with me and get it on the plant by touching a diseased plant and then coming to this one is because when I teleport, I'm teleporting myself. I'm not teleporting like the virus that kills the plant, right? I teleport my clothes because that's like an article that's attached to me, whereas like the disease is like it's more of a biological thing to some degree. Something like that. It's interesting lore. Now this one is next to some literal trees, so in theory there would be plant disease up here, but it's the same general idea. I'm literally growing this out in the cold, and it's like frozen, and the only reason the herbs can grow is because they're next to this magical fire that keeps these herb patches like working. Anyway, so that was what, with talking, still less than 5 minutes, right? That was like less than a 5-minute investment of my time. I spent 45K on 8 seeds, and the 8 seeds that I used prior cost me the same amount of money, 45K. I got 87 herbs. 87 herbs equates to 280,000K. 282K, 280,000. So if we subtract the 45, I made roughly 240,000 gold in profit just by doing an herb run in less than 5 minutes. That's the way that I slowly make money on this account. And I have like a pretty nice stack of herbs going right now. It's worth roughly 20 mil. So just this stack is 1/3 of my construction grind. And that is just through doing like a bunch of little 5-minute runs. So yeah, that's how I've been paying for my skills. How long does it take for them to grow? An hour, roughly. You can do an herb run every hour, more or less. Sorry, an hour and 20 minutes. So let's see, it's 2:27 right now. They're all going to be done at 3:37. So an hour and 10 minutes. An hour and 10 minutes, roughly. Sorry, I got the hiccups. Nice. Yeah. Yeah, they're pretty. It's a passive way of making money while you're doing other things. You should I get out of free to play in RuneScape? Is it worth it? Um it depends on a lot of things. It certainly can be worth it. Um if you're going to do the bond method, let's see. I'd recommend maybe doing cooking to make money. There are a lot of things that you can do in free to play that are relatively efficient. You can get 99 cooking in free to play without spending money on RuneScape pretty quickly, for example. So I guess it depends on where your account's at. You can make quite a bit of relatively efficient progress without buying membership. Membership does give you access to better methods in a lot of cases, so in that way it is beneficial to get membership, but there are things that you can do. You can go pretty deep into woodcutting efficiently and fire making. So it depends on where your account's at. Personally, if I had started over and was playing RuneScape for the first day right now, I would finish Dragon Slayer before buying membership. I would finish Dragon Slayer before getting membership, and I kind of wish I did that when Old School was re-released, but I didn't. Which, too late to take that back now, but that's what I would say. Depends on where your account's at. If you like the game, yes, it is. I do think it is worth the cost. I I have enough fun with the game to justify how much I spend on it, which is not a lot. Um, but I would say there are things that you should work on first before you worry about that. Personally, I would finish Dragon Slayer before going to members, and I would get like maybe get your first 99, like cooking. Cooking is a good one. Um, what's a skill that you can 99 and free to play pretty easily? Uh, it might just be cooking. Now, fishing, woodcutting, and fire making are all still pretty quick. Free to play, you get maple logs. I'm probably going to be using maple logs to get 99 fire making because they're just cheap. So yeah, like you could get a couple of 99s before you go to members. So that's what I would say. If I lost membership tomorrow and didn't feel like buying membership again, that's exactly what I would do. I would go train woodcutting and I would do a little bit of free to play fishing just to round it off. Um, I would do stuff like that before buying membership again. But since I already have it, I'm doing the better methods. Thank you for that, for the advice, and no worries, of course. Thanks for tuning in, and if you don't mind, hit me up with a nice like under the stream. Helps me out. I could do a birdhouse run real quick too. So this thing that I'm doing is it's called a birdhouse run, and this is like the chillest way to train hunter. This you can do once every hour because the timer is 50 minutes. You gotcha. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. A birdhouse run is like it takes like literally like 2 minutes, 2 or 3 minutes. I just come over here, I pick up a birdhouse. It gives me 1,000 hunter experience. I place a new birdhouse and some seeds in it, and then I move on to the next one. And this is like it's like basically like so the same way that I'm getting farming XP every hour, I'm getting hunter XP every hour. And this by no means is as fast as farming for that, but this is like a good way to do hunter where it's like I'm getting like roughly 5,000 hunter experience every hour, but I'm not training the skill at all. Like I'm spending almost no time doing it. Like I've gotten 13 hunter levels without actually like training the hunter skill, which is funny. It's like free experience almost. And that was a terrible birdhouse run. I only got 3 birds nests. It's still profitable. They still pay for the trip, but that wasn't. You can get way more nests than that. This is my bird nest collection. So let's see. My stack of 900 empty birds nest is worth 6 mil. So as you can see, compared to the amount of money that I'm getting from, the herbs, it's like not a lot. But that also helps. That also contributes is my birdhouse runs. I make a lot of my money passively while trading skills. That's where my account is currently at. Um, 2:30 a.m. When did that happen, man? When did that happen? What do I want to do? Do I want to get off? Do I want to end? How long has it been? 3 hours? I could end. A 3-hour stream isn't terrible. I don't need this tab anymore because I'm done with agility. We can go make some money real quick, actually. That's what we'll do. I'm going to take this out, take these out, teleport over there. You should have been asleep hours ago. I'm probably not going to bother getting... I was holding on to these because you can spend 3,000 of them on this dark acorn, 3,000 hollowed marks. I was holding on to these to buy that. What this item is used for is if you get the agility pet, which is a giant squirrel, you can feed it the dark acorn and it turns it like red and black. Which if I had gotten the giant squirrel, I absolutely would have spent the 3,000 on this and done it. But now that I have 99 agility, it would take me like roughly 30 hours of active doing agility, like to like hit the drop rate, the expected drop rate of the squirrel. Um, I don't want to do 30 hours of agility after already maxing it. I just don't. So the chances of me going back and getting the squirrel are like slim to none. So since I didn't get the squirrel, I can make money. For every 100 marks I have, that's kind of cool. It is kind of cool. For every 100 marks that I have, I can buy a sack that has loot from this activity. So I just bought 10. That's actually good. That's less good. That's really good. Okay, so this isn't worth keeping. These are not worth keeping. Those are not worth keeping. That's not worth it. These are not worth it. These are not worth it. That's not worth it. And that's not worth it. I want to see how much money I can get from 10. Okay. Okay. So with those 10, I got half a mil. That's pretty good. That's pretty solid. That's pretty top tier. Let's just dump those. So I might as well, I want to buy more of those crystals. Let's buy 1 and then 10. And now we've got an even number, and I've got more of the teleportation crystals for if I decide to do the nightmare without the tablet. All right, so let's buy 10, 10, and 10. All right. So let's see. If I deposit, I'll deposit them in here. Pull out 5 and open them. Woo! Woo! So much loot. Okay, drop the bad stuff. Pick up the prayer potion. So that set was another 300k. I'm making money right now. I'm making money right now. Oops. Okay, drop the robes and the lilies. We want the coins. We want the nature runes. Look at all that junk. It's just not worth it. Imagine if Mr. Beast donated you. What would I do if Mr. Beast donated me? Let's see. Mr. Beast, he'd probably give me like what, like somewhere in the realm of like $1,000 to $5,000 if I had to guess. If he was just randomly donating to my stream, I would spend almost all of that on upgrades for my content creation. I would get like I'd get the MacBook that I want to do editing on for videos. I'd get a new standing desk. A couple of minor upgrades for my PC. Minor upgrades. And a new monitor. And then I'd put the rest in the bank account for later or for bills. That'd be pretty sick. Sadly, I don't think Mr. Beast watches Judge Alexander content. That was another 400k. Pretty solid. Let's pull out another 5. I'm going to open them over here so that if stuff falls on the floor, it's not getting mixed in with the junk. I only dropped a white lily, which is literally trash, so. So how good is that loot? Another 400k roughly. This is worth it. This is good cash. That one didn't even fill up my inventory. And like half of it was junk. Still 400k though. Bruh. Holy Symbol and White Lily, that's trash. So drop these guys. Another 300k. This was fruitful. And only one piece of garbage. That was solid. I got a lot of runes. I got a lot of prayer potions. 29 prayer potion 2s. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. And I have 2 mil in Sandfruit serums now. Most of these I've gotten from this activity. In fact, maybe all of those actually. In fact, actually definitely all of those. I've never bought a Sandfruit serum. So yeah, I've gotten all of them from doing this. I'll never do this again because I have 99 agility, but how do you get the stuff for buying more of those? Is it worth grinding them out? This technically is, that was part of why I did agility first. This is one of the best places to make money in the game with a skill that's not combat. But it's not worth it because, like, yes, while I would be making good money, right? I'd be doing it training a skill that I'm already done training. If I want to make money through skilling, I'm better off doing that rune crafting that we talked about, or some wood cutting, right? Or thieving even is profitable. So like I could technically go get more of those for money, but because I'd be getting experience in a skill that I'm already done with, it would be, unless I was going for the pet, you're basically looking at like time wasted in that, at least in my opinion. I'd rather go do something that is like more worth the money, like more like worth getting experience in. But I can now, oh, I can still buy 4 more. Hold on. Another 300k. That was good. That was pretty solid. I'm okay with that. The other thing that I can do, I also got Marks of Grace from doing agility, which if I buy Omulus crystals with those, equates to roughly 10 mil. Holy shit. I think I do want to go do that actually. That's more than I thought I had in... Agility is a profitable skill, even though it probably shouldn't be, which is funny. I want to go to Birthorpe. Oh my god, use the door, dude. Use the door. Trade. Okay, so if I open trade, buy another inventory, trade, buy more. Yeah, roughly 10 mil in Amulus crystals. How are those trending right now? OSRS, Amulus crystals. Amulus crystals. They spiked recently-ish. 2K, they're sitting at 1.4. Their peak was 2K. It's probably not going to go that high ever again. This is a great time to sell them. This is a great time to sell them. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, dun, dun. All right, let's head up here. Pull out some money. Omulus crystal. Oops. So if I buy one, it is selling for 1,259. The quick sell is going for 1,251. So we'll just do 1,258. We'll undercut the 1,258. Actually, the market price is showing 1,300. If I do 1,258, I'm going from 9.8 mil to 9.4 mil. 400K, yeah, I'll just leave them in overnight at the market price. I'd rather get the extra 400K and just wait. Gotta love all items having a stock market chart available on the wiki. It's nice. It's nice. I do flip things from time to time. For example, I don't have enough money to do it right now because all of my money is invested into crafting experience. Like, let's see, I have 15 million gold worth of green dragon hide. I'll get a lot of that back when I'm done crafting by selling green D hide. Actually, I have 18 mil in green dragon hide right now. Once I'm done crafting these into chest plates, I'll get most of that 15 mil back. But one, I don't have enough money in my bank right now to do any merchandising. But like, what I would sometimes do is buy like Barrows sets like Guthen's Homes, because like sometimes you can buy them for like 135 ish, and then you can sell them for like 175 ish. So you can make like 40K. You 10 of them, you make 400K on a flip. That's pretty good. That's roughly half a mil on one flip. You just got to be patient, is all it is. So yeah, the stock market on the wiki is very useful if you know what you're doing. Very, very useful. Am I RuneScaped out? I might be RuneScaped out. How AFK is the crafting XP? All right, well, there are two crafting methods that I have right now. I've stocked up a lot of green dragon leather, and I've stocked up a lot of molten glass. The dragon leather is not very AFK. So for example, this is the best way for me to do this, right? I line that up to be in the bottom corner, put my inventory right there, use this on this, craft some chest plates, stand somewhere better actually. So like this, and my mouse can hang around this general area. And then that is one inventory's worth. So now I click, deposit, pull out, escape to close, click, click, spacebar. And so it's like 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, about 14, 15 seconds roughly of AFK time per inventory. That's not very AFK. There's a relative amount of paying attention. Now, while I was streaming Valheim earlier, I have a slower XP method, but a more, well, let's pull out the glass blowing pipe first of all. I have a slower XP method that is slower XP, but is way more AFK. And this is roughly, I'm muting that immediately. This inventory, I'm getting a lot less experience per action. Very, very frequent, very, very much less XP per action. But this takes 45 seconds per inventory. That'd be good for like shiny hunting on a DS Pokemon game. Exactly. Tiny Task it? What's Tiny Task? I am unfamiliar with Tiny Task. But an inventory of these, while it's less XP per hour and less XP per action, it is more AFK. I only have to do an inventory every 45 seconds instead of every 15 seconds. So I have two options of training crafting. I think right now I have enough glass and dragon hide in my bank to get me almost 96. Sounds like it's probably a macro program. Yeah, if it's like automatically doing clicks for me, that's botting and I'd get banned. Definitely not doing that even if I'm live streaming something else. You can do what you did with the dragon stuff and it will remember exactly what you did and do it again. Yeah, I'd get banned. I would get banned for doing that. It is against the rules. And while they likely wouldn't ban me, they wouldn't give me a permanent ban, um, because my account has been in good standing for over a decade. They'd probably um, they'd probably give me a temporary ban, but I don't want to risk. I don't want to risk my clean record on this game. I have not cheated or broken any of the game rules. I've never been muted. I have a completely clean history on this account, and I think I'd like to keep it that way. So I don't risk automated clicks or auto clickers or anything. How would people know you're AFK though in macroing? It's not if people know, they have stuff in the game to detect stuff. So they've got like if I'm using a program like that, it's going to be the same cycle of clicks in the same spots. Their their software is good enough to detect that. They know that I'm clicking the same spots. So for example, if it records me clicking here, then here, then here, then closing, then here, then spacebar. If it records all of that and I do the exact same clicks on the exact same spots over and over again, they detect that. Now, some people have made programs that do a bit of an offset. So I would pick a spot randomly in like a little circle right here instead of clicking directly in the same spot. Same thing with this banking interface. Um, I don't know how, but they also have ways of detecting those kinds of programs as well. You can still get banned for offsets and like adding like a random amount of time in between the clicks. They've also got programs to detect that stuff as well. Um, and again, even if I thought I had a program that did have enough fail safes that you wouldn't get caught, I have spent so much time and money on this RuneScape account and I've never cheated. I wouldn't risk getting banned and losing all of this progress and losing my account. I'd rather just do it legit and just like watch something on the side or talk to chat while I'm doing it, that kind of thing. If I'm doing something tedious and like repetitive and slow like this, just watch some Netflix on the other monitor or read a book, listen to a podcast, something like that, instead of using a macro client. People get banned for botting all the time. It's the I think it's the leading thing that accounts get banned for. The most bans, the largest reason for accounts getting banned is for botting, which is macros. Macros are considered a form of botting. We do have AI technology that can play the game. There's an estimated couple hundred fully autonomous RuneScape accounts at this point, where it's literally like AI that is almost indistinguishable. Like it plays the game in a way that is almost indistinguishable from a person. Um, so technically, I could get like a really expensive AI program and have that play my account, but I also that would make me feel gross. Like at that point, it's not even a macro that I set up. Something is legitimately just playing the game for me, and I would feel like I'm cheating. I wouldn't want. I wouldn't want to do that. It would make it feel less like of an accomplishment when I finally do pull off the skill cape, right? So it's not for me. Not for me. But yeah, to answer your question, Zap, bro's getting baritone RuneScape edition. Yeah, yeah, kind of. What what some people will do to to help with the tediousness is if you're doing something like thieving where you don't need to move your mouse at all, they'll get a foot pedal to do their clicks for them. I'm not that sweaty about it. Doesn't bother me. Um, but that is a thing that some people do. Ugh. I wonder when people are going to get ChatGPT implementation with baritone. I'm sure it's already a thing on certain servers. Just have active player NPCs in Minecraft. I'm sure that's a thing happening on bigger servers like Windcraft. I think that's probably already happening, my friend. Maybe not Windcraft because it's not traditional Minecraft, but you know what I mean. Like servers around the size of Windcraft. I think that there are probably already automated Minecraft accounts that just play like 20 hours a day. They're just running on a computer and it's just like an experiment that somebody's running. Because that's a big part of AI development is like letting it run and watching what it does. So there's probably a good amount of like I don't think like I wouldn't say in like the like tens of thousands or anything like that, but somewhere in the range of like 50 to like 5,000. I'd say yeah, there's probably somewhere in that realm of like totally autonomous Minecraft accounts that are just an AI that is playing the game, learning how to play the game, and interacting with people um, on a level that is close to what ChatGPT is capable of. Um, I'd imagine that's already a thing. As far as active player NPCs, I am kind of excited to see how AI affects um the like AI development affects gaming. I'm sure some of it will be negative. Um but I think what is the texture on that guy's cape doing? This angle makes it look crazy. Look at that. For the record, that's what the cape's supposed to look like. But like look at that specific angle. Look at that. That just looks cool. Anyway, time to build a literal AI warrior on Fractured Part 2. Um, I think there will be some cool implementations of AI. Um, I think that'll be a nice thing. Getting AI up and running to like replace the technology that we use for bots in games that need bots will be nice. And when I say bots, I don't mean like a RuneScape bot. I mean like if you're playing like TF2, the bots that are playing those characters suck, right? And the problem is when you're doing development for um, a when you're doing a development for a program taking control of a character in something like a shooter, you don't want to make it too good because technically speaking, you could make bots in a first person shooter like inhumanely good. Where like the second that you are visible on screen, they snap headshot you, right? Like that's absolutely possible with our technology. So bot development is like it's all about averaging and numbers, right? It's like you want them to win X amount of time, X amount of the time. You want them to be decent at the game, but not great at the game. And sometimes, depending on what you're working with, you can have difficulties where it's like you're playing against an easy bot or an extreme bot, and that's fine. But it would be really cool to just throw an AI in, to just throw like an automated like something like let's say you have it watch people play the game on YouTube. It watches gameplay footage. And then it bases its skill off of things that it sees players actually pull off. So when a bot does something that looks skillful, it looks human because it's something that it learned from a human, right? And I think that will be beneficial. I think that'll make playing those kinds of games against those kinds of enemies more interesting. because bots will probably always be necessary to some degree in those kinds of games. And it'll be nice. I think it'll be nice. Um, I can't tell you. I hate watching like AI bots in shooters where like they move around and look around so mechanically, or they'll like walk a bunch of steps, do like a hard 90-degree turn and walk forward. Or like I understand why the development makes it go that direction. You don't want to give it human movement because you're wasting like valuable development time on that, right? That you could easily be using on something else when the bot is not supposed to be a main point of the game. But it just looks it's like very immersion breaking. Like you know that that's not a person, you know that that's a computer program that you're shooting at, right? Whereas if instead of you needing to program a bot's every piece of intelligence, you use AI and like self-taught learning to watch players do stuff, you can make bots more efficient without wasting time on it because you're using a program that does that for you. Um, which is, one of the upsides to technology. And this is kind of the conversation that I was having with people because a lot of people are freaking out about AI. And there will definitely be downsides to AI. AI programs that steal art off of Google, for example, that's not cool. That's not a great thing, and that does hurt artists. But if you work for like an anime studio and you make an anime and you can make a scene just as good by making 15 frames instead of 30 frames because an AI is capable of making a frame in between those two frames that you did that is of the same quality as your effort, then it takes some of the workload off of you. It makes it easier for you to finish what you're working on. And you could argue, okay, well, that will just like result in them hiring less employees and stuff like that. We've seen automation in workplace, and that's been a threat in capitalism for the entirety of capitalism existing. Conveyor belts got rid of people's jobs, right? Um, like AI is not in fact capable of doing that. Violence? Do you mean violence? Because you're wrong. If you think that AI is not capable of violence, let's see. Let's see here. Just take a look at all the 60 FPS that people. Oh, yeah, but I mean, those people aren't using like those people are using experimental software, Zap, and a lot of those, for it being something that's automated, it's relatively good. What do you mean what? What are you saying what to? Because I said a lot of things. We're having like two different conversations right now. The AI that people use to upscale stuff, some of it does look good. Some of it does look pretty gosh darn good. And that wouldn't be considered industry standard. Violence was towards the statement of AI art. I see. I gotcha. There are some like 60 FPS scale ups that people have used AI for that actually looks pretty good. I'm not actually going to show any of it because it um it will definitely get demonetized and like copyright claimed. But um anyway, uh there like it is for what it is, it's impressive and it will get better. It'll get better with time. Like those programs, that software will you wish every AI artist a very happy Blender bath. I wouldn't go that far. If you're an artist and then you use AI to as like a tool to like work on your art and the resource that it's pulling from is your previous artwork, so it's just saving you time, I'm okay with that. That doesn't bother me. That's fine. Like if it's like technically speaking, if we're being really, really honest, if you're being realistic, if you open up Photoshop and you use a tool that does like automatic blending of a specific area on the screen, when you use that tool, uh, that is part of the program that is like automatically looking at what you've done and determining what it should look like after you do that. That is technically in some capacity automated intelligence. It is like the PC, the computer is processing the image and then doing something to it based off of the tool that you're using. Um, and when those tools get better and better, it will look more and more automated and automatic, but that doesn't mean what we're doing right now also isn't relatively automated. There's a difference between AI artists and artists using AI. Yeah, I guess that's fair. I don't begrudge the people that work on these programs like some people do. Like if you're like a software engineer and you want to see how far you can push a program to do something automated, that's also impressive. Like that takes some pretty like in-depth coding and like effort. As long as you're not like distributing it and you're not using it to like steal from people and then like selling artwork that's made off of stolen stuff. If you're making a program that can automate art and like that's just like what you're passionate about and you like coding that, that's fine. That's okay. It's a very controversial field of conversation, but I do think so. Like, while I do not, I understand the concerns that people have, and it is kind of scary in some capacity. I do think it is a little bit blown out of proportion, a little bit. Difference between tools and telling an AI, "Give me this." Hey guys, look, I made this. That's true. Yes, absolutely. I'm not saying there isn't a difference. Um, Definitely uses for the AIs for sure. It's impressive that they exist. The issue is like any other product that's powerful that gets into the average person's hands. Yeah, absolutely. Um, Absolutely. 100%. The biggest issue is theft. If the resource that the program is using is something that you didn't pay for and you don't have permission to use it in that capacity, then you're stealing. And unfortunately, it could be really difficult to prove that you're stealing. Um, because you could use somebody's art. Like if somebody's really good at shading and you want your image to be shaded like theirs, you could use their image as a resource for your AI to look at for inspiration for that shading. And then it applies shading to the image that you're trying to get it to put out. Um, and then you could just never tell that person that you used their art. That's like the main issue. Alternatively, if I've said this before and I don't think this is controversial, if you're like a broke content creator and you need like some shitty PFP for your YouTube channel, you can't draw, but you want there to be something that's associated with your brand, and you don't have any money. You are quite literally working with nothing, and you don't have an artist that you can contact. You don't really like, you're not really in those circles. You can't ask a friend to front you the money or front you the art. And you like go to some website and you generate some like rinky dink image that you throw up on your YouTube. That's fine. That doesn't bother me. I don't think that you're a terrible person. What happened to the good old days of using something as a reference? I am not an artist, so I can't really speak to any of that, but just blowing some glass. Made some good crafting XP progress today. I think that's the issue, is people trying to pass off as artists. That's true. Yeah, if you're trying to pass off and say that that art is yours and you are an artist, that's messed up. Um, but if you use AI to get like a quick profile picture for your YouTube channel or even like a couple of emotes, as long as you're not claiming to have done that yourself and claiming to be an artist and being like, I'm an artist, look at my emotes. I don't that's fine. That doesn't bother me. Like if you don't have any money and you don't know any artists that you can pay, people be like, well, you should like look on Twitter and stuff. Not really. You're not like obligated to do that. Um, if there's a tool there and the tool saves you money and you use it, that is like a thing as old as time. So people will do the thing that saves them the most money. That's just normal. That is normal human behavior. That's not like malicious. The healthy alternative is whenever you do start to make it as a content creator and you start to make friends with those kinds of people, or somebody reaches out to you and they're like, hey, you want some emotes, dog? Support an artist. And then you get to take pride in saying, yeah, this is the person who drew my emotes. You can go and get art from them as well, right? So like you can do it in a way that's not unethical, in my opinion. Um, in my humble opinion, if you're not profiting off of something or claiming it as your own, then it's just a thing. Technically, you could say you're profiting off of it if you do become a successful content creator, right? Like, yes, your profile picture is a minor part of your content, and you could absolutely be a big YouTuber with no profile picture. That's absolutely possible. But it does help, right? Having a good looking profile picture and some nice emotes does incentivize people to subscribe and buy membership, right? So technically speaking, you are profiting off of it, but not in like a way where you're directly selling it to somebody. Um, I would argue that the emotes in that case are um, an add-on. Supporting me is the product you're paying for with the membership, but technically speaking, they are an incentive for you to give me money. So I am technically profiting off of it in a way. As far as the AI violence thing, uh, Pentagon plans letting AI weapons kill humans. um, that is the scary side of AI. That is the actual terrifying, like, holy shit. Wait a minute. You talking like RoboCop? Like, slow down, dude. Slow the fuck down. Chill. Please. Please, no. I don't want that. You don't want that. None of us want that. Let's not do that. AI, like robots that kill people is like, I mean, there are so many sci-fi movies and games where that is like the main threat. Like, just look at Horizon Zero Dawn. It's like automated killing machines literally brought about the fucking apocalypse. Like, it ended the world, right? Robots that kill people is like one step away. It's like the next step. I would argue that it's scarier than nukes, because the thing about nukes is they are big enough and dramatic enough that governments are afraid to use them, and rightly so, because if you drop a nuke, everybody else is going to shoot nukes. So you are incentivized to have one but never use one, right? Which is like, I wish none of us had them, but since some people that are awful do have them, I understand the argument that we also need to have one. So it's one of those situations where, because it exists, you have to have it. You and me have had this argument. We're not this argument. We had this conversation about doing the project that we're doing on a certain server that I won't name out loud in case anybody's watching. Like, because it is possible, we have to do it. Because if our enemies do it and we don't, that's really, really bad, right? Glances at the experiments people have done with that for military research. AI choosing to kill its commander in a sim because said commander kept pushing the AI for attacking friendlies. Well, I'd say stuff like that. Like, eventually you could make a perfect AI or near perfect AI where it's like, you would call any time that it kills something. Like, let's use self-driving cars, for example. You would say that a car accident is an incident or a malfunction. Technology is always getting better, where you limit the number of incidents and malfunctions, right? Eventually, self-driving cars will be safer than people driving cars. They're not quite there yet, but they're catching up pretty quickly. If you look at AI has made more progress over 10 years than we did with like legislature and making cars more safe by manufacturing them better. AI is moving very quickly for something like that, right? eventually you would make, robots that can kill. You would make AI soldiers that are like the number of times that they accidentally kill a friendly person will be less than the number of people that would have died if you deployed actual people instead of robots, right? So you could absolutely make the argument that they're worth using to save your own soldiers. The problem is, much like the nukes, it is Pandora's box, where once people start making AIs that can kill people, everybody's going to have one. If the United States has an army of robot soldiers, everybody that doesn't trust us or like us, which is completely understandable, is highly pressured to get their own that can do the same thing. Um, they basically already are. Actually, the crashes that have happened with some AI powered car projects has been from other people doing stupids, even when was generally good at avoiding that for the most part. Fair enough. Then I'm not up to date on my automated car driving, but point is, if we compare like AI soldiers to that, eventually you would get soldiers that were safer to deploy than humans, that have a that would make a numerically lower death toll on your side than if you had deployed people instead, right? And that's already good enough. And you can push it further, and eventually you'll have robots that are like near perfect, where they will only ever take a shot if they are like over like 99% certain that the thing that they are looking at is a threat, right? Like a margin of error that is so tiny that it's like, yeah, it just saves lives by deploying these. But like nukes, it is Pandora's box. Once that cat is out of the bag, it is never going back in. And the problem about robots is they are less dramatic. They can be so much smaller scale than a nuclear bomb. The United States, if I'm the president of the United States, I cannot use a nuke. That will literally end the world. Can I deploy 50 robot soldiers into uh, a country that I don't like and have those robot soldiers have a very efficient kill count that murders the entire military of a country I don't like? Yeah, I'd probably get away with that. I would probably be just fine. The UN might not be happy with me, but I would get away with that. That would not end the world. I would win that war instantaneously. We already have AI powered drones. We do. But like this thing this thing is like you release like robot dogs that like move very quickly on the ground and like go into buildings and hunt down hiding soldiers. They can fly arguably better than having simple ground drones. Yeah, but there's things that you can do to stop flying things that you can't do to stop things that are traveling along the ground. They that is not what that is. What are you talking about? What do you mean that's not what that is? Because I've AI weapons falls into the drone category. I mean that's fair, but I'm saying like there are drones that can move along the ground. Like there are ground drones. Like there are benefits to both. You want both. You wouldn't want just drones that can fly, and you also wouldn't want drones that can just travel along the ground. You would want both. Um, but this particular video, what he's talking about in this is like they're like upping the scale. The Pentagon is like fully autonomous, like effectively what would be like a soldier. It's not bipedal, it's not walking, it's not like RoboCop, right? Like it's like they use four legs, some of them use like very tiny treads like tanks. And then of course you have your typical drones where it's like, like the four spinning propellers that flies around and like identifies a target and shoots it. But there's all sorts of things. And there's like drones for every situation. And that's like as that scales up, when you get to the point where you can fight a war by invading a country and never sending a single person there, that's just terrifying. That's just not good at all. I love this ad where this man is petting his dog, and the video title is Pentagon Plans Letting AI Weapons Kill Humans. It's pretty good. I feel like as a weapon, drones are just objectively superior. You can do things to knock out of objects out of the sky, but the smaller you get, it gets far harder. Yeah, but it's more like let's say you're so like those drones are really efficient, let's say in like certain situations. But let's say we're talking about like a building. And there are soldiers hiding in buildings, right? Or like tunnels. That's a really good example. You could literally have like it's basically like a robotic dog with a gun strapped to its back and a camera that's like sprinting through tunnels and like killing people that are like fleeing war or hiding from the battle and the fighting, right? Or like you couldn't have a you couldn't have a flying drone like dig through rubble to find survivors and kill them. You can absolutely make a robot that does that though. You could make you could make something that like finds its way through small cracks on the ground and crawls through small holes to find people that are hiding. Whereas you can make small drones that fit through those gaps, but you can't always fly them through those gaps. Um, you normally wouldn't want to send a thing into the tunnels. You'd want to bomb the tunnels from above. Same with the building. Um, Not necessarily. Bombs, the problem with bombs is they're obvious, right? The thing that I'm talking about with drones is let's say like we wanted let's say something happened and there was like a we started a war with Iran. We could kill a massive amount of like Iranian soldiers um pretty quickly and efficiently before it was widely known that we were attacking. As soon as a bomb drops, you know you're under attack, right? Everybody that is in the entire like vicinity of you knows that you're under attack. If you're using like drones and robots and stuff to like hunt people down and take them down where they're standing with a gun, yes, it does still make noise, and yes, word will spread quickly. But like, how much damage could you cause before anybody was ready, right? And then you could immediately follow that up with a bomb to like maximize the damage. Like you could have the drones do as much damage as possible and as soon as you know that you've been found out and they're preparing, then you drop your bomb, right? Stuff like that. Um and there are bomb shelters. Like, you know, there are places that people can go that will stand up to a bomb. If you have something climb into an air vent and hunt down all of the people in that shelter, technically you could do the same thing with a chemical weapon. You could just gas them out of a bunker, which was like typical, but that's a war crime. Gassing people out of a war bunker with chemical weapons is a war crime. Sending a drone in there to kill them is not a war crime. that's not that's not chemical warfare. If you're already in a war, then like yeah, bombs are expected. People will know will know close to you that a bomb went off. But if you're already in tunnels and it gets collapsed from explosives, it depends on the tunnel though. Like I said, like what if it's a bunker? Like what if it's like made to survive a bomb, right? You could blow up the entrances, but that's that is less efficient. There's a chance that they can always get out. And also locking people in a place and starving them out, again, war crime. Sending a robot in to kill them while they're hiding in that tunnel, not yet a war crime. Not yet considered a war crime. So you can just do that if you have like the international politics equivalent of just cause. You bring up war crimes as well. This whole thing, if it does become an issue, is only going to happen once in a large scale war. Correct. Absolutely. Here's the problem. That's what happened with nukes, right? And I would argue that it happening once and then becoming a war crime is already too much. We blew up Hiroshima and Nagasaki. We literally killed like like an unbroken record number of people in one action to this day. With that, would like a an AI drone invasion come close to that number? Because if it does, like making it a war crime afterwards, it's already too late. Like you already did permanent horrific damage to the human race. It's already too much, but the point still stands. I mean, yes, but like the point is it's still terrifying, right? Much like how obviously you can't launch a nuke, but everybody still has them, right? A nuclear bomb is a war crime. You can't use it. And if you did use it, everybody would shoot nukes at you. So you're literally signing your own death wish. I feel like something that is potentially as efficient at killing, like fully autonomous soldiers, fully autonomous robot soldiers, something that could, in theory, be pushed to the point to be as efficient at killing as a nuke in some capacity. If you have enough of those robots and you deploy enough of them in enough locations, it could have a kill count as high as a nuclear bomb in about as much time as a nuclear bomb, right? Or at least like if you deploy them to an area, maybe it has a kill rate that is equivalent to that of a nuclear bomb, where like they just kill everything, literally everything that they see. Um, I think that you would find a lot less um, like international pushback for breaking that war crime than the nuke. There's no way to know exactly what will happen until it does. Correct, I agree. You can't base off of it all of it off of simulations or anything like that or scales or anything. You won't know until you do it. So that is one of the arguments that was made for why we actually used a nuke in World War II, which was like these are going to exist in mass scale in the future. If we use one right now, the world may learn its lesson. And I don't agree with that. I don't think that that was a just cause for what we did. I don't think that those innocent people deserved what happened to them in any capacity. But that is the same line of thinking that we had back then. That is part of the justification that was used to launch a nuke. And if robots, if like autonomous soldiers, if drones are made that efficient or are made that good at what they do, it would be a similar thing where somebody would say, "These are terrifying, but to make it so that nobody can use these against us, we have to use them first, so that people know exactly what they're signing up for when they unleash them," kind of thing. You can't prove it would stop it becoming a war crime until the war happens. Correct. This is the nature of war, and this is the nature of humans, unfortunately, which really fucking sucks. But here we are. One thing that's worth saying is the stock value of of defense contractors that make EMP based weapons would likely go up dramatically. Something something World War IV being fought with sticks and stones. It's quite possible. World War III would not guarantee, but would have a significant chance of being the literal end of the world as we know it. We could get lucky and skirt by without anybody using a nuke. Um, and I think the chances of somebody resorting to a nuke in World War III, in theory, depending on what countries are involved, is kind of low. I think most of the world leaders would know not to do that. A really good example is Russia has nukes. Putin is dumb, but he's not dumb enough to nuke Ukraine, right? As an example, right? Um, he's dumb. He's not that dumb. Um, so in theory, a World War III could happen without a nuke being launched. But the chances of a nuke going off during World War III is significantly higher than before or after World War III, right? Like, let's say the chances of a nuke going off on any given day, like if I wake up tomorrow, is like somewhere in probably like if we're using like if we're being honest, is somewhere in like like 1 millionth of 1%, right? 1 millionth or something like that. But the chances during World War III goes significantly up. Maybe the chance of a nuke going off in World War III looks more like 0.01%. That's pretty terrifyingly high. I've caught enough shiny Pokemon to know that that number is very, very far away from the word impossible, right? Um, Fallout isn't going to become real under any circumstances. Certain aspects of Fallout would be real, but yeah, I don't think super mutants are a thing. I don't think that would be a thing. Um, I do think that if World War III started, you would see commercially available bunkers that are the real life equivalent of vaults. I do think that you would see companies selling underground shelter slots in case of new. It'd be like insurance. It would quite literally be called like like war insurance or nuke insurance, where like should the city be targeted by a nuke, you get a seat. You are guaranteed a space in this place, and they'd make a shit ton of fucking money off of it. Read the message above that. Is there a message above that? It might not have shown up for me. The message above that says something something World War IV being fought with sticks and stones. Is there a message after that before the Fallout one? Or is there something I'm missing? Those bunkers would be a scam unless you were at like one of the actual major cities. Um, for the US, maybe. For other countries, you like if Israel was targeted with nukes, they would erase the entirety of Israel. Like there would be nothing left. DMs. Why don't we just call instead? Hello.
I didn't hear your last statement about whatever you just said on the stream delay.
Uh oh, I was saying that you're correct for like the United States, but like other countries that are smaller than us, like if Israel was targeted with nukes, whoever was targeting Israel would just delete Israel. The entirety of Israel could be leveled easily, right? So, depending on
While
where
that
you
is fair, while that is fair, there's no reason to, and you can make cheaper nuclear bombs that don't be as like you don't need as big of nuclear bombs for that sort of thing, right? You're not the intent isn't to beat up every single civilian within a country. If you're gonna be putting in the funds to make those, you're gonna use it on like important locations, like military areas.
Yeah.
And you can make smaller scale ones that you're not just gonna, accidentally nuke the entirety of Israel, all civilians included, just because they happen to be within a certain range of like insert military base here. You just that's not gonna happen, right? If it's
Dep- it
something
dep-
that's like
it depends on the inspiration of your war, because Israel right now, obviously they're not using nukes, and for various obvious reasons, but their goal is to exterminate Palestinians. Like, there
yeah,
are plenty of politicians that have like just said the quiet part loud and have literally just more or less said like, "Oh no, we are blowing up hospitals and orphanages and like apartment buildings on purpose."
but we're
Eh,
talking in the scale of like a World War III.
Right.
If that's happening, there's enough parties in play where if someone says, "Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and commit a genocide," that will get shut down incredibly fast because we've already had one group do that for World War II. If one person tries to take advantage of whatever chaos sparked an entire World War III, they're gonna get shut down by whatever side they're like formally associated with. And if none, then I feel like with all that chaos going on, that's gonna be even more of a reason to nip that in the bud before it becomes a problem, before more countries start getting involved. Like we've already had one genocide of an entire, or not an entire ethnic group, but the intent was there. They would have if they could have. We've already had that happen with World War II. World War III, there's a lot of things we wouldn't have learned from the first two, but I feel like that's one of those ones that there's just gonna be far too much pushback from every other country.
I hope so. I hope so.
Like there's a reason war crimes are a thing that exist, right? There's a reason they're labeled as such. And like yeah, if you're in like a small scale war, or I say small scale, if relatively speaking, if it's not like World War III or something with a major power involved like the US or Britain or something, then like the UN will probably turn a blind eye to some amount of war crimes because they already have. Let's be real here. But if it's during the context of like a World War III, it's not going to be able to fly. And I think that's like the saving grace for that. No person is realistically going to use nukes outside of the context of World War III unless they are incredibly stupid. And at that point, that's just what starts it. But like during the context of a big one, I think that for the most part, civilians are going to be safe. I think it would lead to a lot of economic bullshit happening, right? And like there's going to be some large population densities that get hit. Like unfortunately, New York, I'm sure like that has like major military stuff there. On top of also having a lot of people there, or like the island of Hawaii. That's another. I say
Oh
the
yeah,
island,
Hawaii would
islands
be
of Hawaii.
Hawaii would literally be deleted.
Yeah,
And there are so many military bases. That was the whole thing of Pearl Harbor. And if they could have nuked Hawaii instead of doing what they did on Pearl Harbor, they would have. Like absolutely, right?
yeah.
Hawaii would probably be like evaporated. It would literally like
It'd
it
be gone.
it might not even be above water anymore. Like that's I honestly think Hawaii would be like obliterated in a World War III. Um,
There's like issues like that, and there's going to be a fair amount of them. But you have to understand that the population of the world is in the billions, and there's so much area, there's so much land that just has zero military interest. Like, look at like the fact that you're able to test nuclear bombs, right? Like the Tsar Bomba, that didn't make it to where people could not live like in an entire massive chunk of like what's it called of Russia, or was it the Soviet Union at the time that went off? I want to say it was Soviet Union. Like at the end of the day, they're still bombs. They're not like God's not smiting the entire state of California. Just whatever's important there, which is going to cause a lot of economic bullshit. It's going to cause a lot of governmental bullshit, but it's not going to like reduce humanity to the fact that like all information has been lost, all technologies have been lost. No, there's just no reason to do that. It's a waste of government funds, which in the context of like a World War III would be funds you can't afford.
I mean, you say that, but we literally increase our military budget every year.
While that is fair, like once again, I don't think it makes sense putting that much funds into just nuclear bombing everywhere when there's other things that are done with said funds. Like keeping all the soldiers fed, having all those soldiers. If there's a World War III, there's going to be a draft. The equipment that they need to do. It's not. If it's only nuclear combat, then like the war would probably come to a standstill incredibly quick. Because at that point, like all governmental facilities in every involved country are just down. They're just gone, right? They just don't exist anymore. And at that point, it's hard to keep a war going. But like because of that, I think a lot of it would still be going into just like the ground, air warfare, all that. It wouldn't exclusively be bombs. That's a big number. The world is far bigger.
Well, I was just looking at the peak warheads that we had. We had 31,000 nuclear warheads in 1967. To be
For
fair,
real.
they were a lot less efficient than the nukes made today. So realistically speaking, that was probably pretty on par to the 3,700 that we have right now. But imagine we had 31,000 nukes today. Um, I think you could get rid of most of Europe and Asia with 31,000 nukes, like most of it,
But why would you?
to win
Like what
unequivocally.
benefit do you have?
Unequivocally,
Just
unequivocal victory with quite literally nobody to stand up against you.
victory over what?
Uh, Everything. Like
Like victory over like the radiated pile of like
No, you wouldn't
dead
go over there. You wouldn't
crows
need it.
and
You wouldn't need to go over to Europe or Asia, but you would have eliminated your enemies. Here's the thing, like this is the self-fulfilling prophecy that is the Israel situation. And this is the justification that some of the politicians are actually using. For every member of Hamas that Israel, the IMS, no, I shouldn't say Israel. For every member of Hamas that the IMS kills, every single one, that that guy had family members, he had kids, he had a wife, he had a brother, he had a cousin. And so you might make you might make anywhere from like 0 to like 8 more Hamas members for every member of Hamas that you do kill. And that's the justification that a lot of the politicians in Israel are using for whenever they say, well, yeah, that's why we killed his whole family. That's why we blew up his whole house. Because if we killed just him, then his whole family would come after us. So, like, they were basically terrorists already. Which is, like, that's insane to say. But the problem isn't that it's insane to say. The problem is that that's insane to say, and nobody is stopping Israel from doing that.
yeah.
In fact, we're still giving them weapons. Like, tomorrow,
Right.
we're going to give them more. And then the next day, we're going to give them more. And then the next day, we're going to give them more. And Joe Biden has the power as the president of the United States and the biggest ally of Israel and the primary source of their weapons. He could stop what's happening in Gaza literally right now. He could just say, nope, sorry, I'm turning off your Iron Dome system and not giving you any more weapons until you stop killing civilians. He could do that. He could literally say that literally tomorrow. But he's
And that
not.
just comes down to the thing of like, no other country is going to give a shit about like blatant war crimes unless it's happening to them in like something of the context of a World War III.
So that's unfortunate because there are countries that do care and are trying to convince us to stop Israel. The problem is those countries are reliant on the UN, and the UN's primary funder is the United States.
Yeah, so at the end of the day, once again, the UN's not going to give a shit.
They give a shit. It's just they are quite literally in a pickle. They can't tell us, like, they could tell us, hey, we're cutting ties with you unless you do this, but it would hurt them, right? And they would just, it's much like politics in the United States where in the attempt of doing something good, you would lose the power to do lesser goods because you would be removing yourself from having influence over the United States. Whereas by keeping the US in the UN, you can convince the US to do small good things. Whereas if the United States just leaves the UN and then like some insane psychopath like Donald Trump gets reelected, then the United States is basically the equivalent of like a rogue superpower that you can't do anything about or influence in any way. Whereas if you don't piss off the United States and they stay in the UN, you do have some level of authority in the future, right? So it's like you can't risk stonewalling the US and saying you're not allowed to let this keep happening. Because you like if you're looking forward into the future, you could be like, okay, well, what if something happens like what's going on with Russia and Ukraine, but it's China and like a quarter of Africa? Which China is like rapidly approaching the ability to do something large scale like that. Absolutely and utterly. If you're being honest, that is probably the main draw behind the Belt and Road Initiative that China is doing. It is giving them like
it's just influence over in Africa. Yeah. Like
yeah.
Have... One moment, headphones off.
Legster raid. You guys, Lego raid. Just letting you guys know, you guys came over some heavy talk about like a World War, nuclear bombs, and like war crimes. So as long as you're okay with that, like consider like I think I should give the equivalent of like a trigger warning. If that's the kind of thing that you don't like hearing or talking about, I totally understand. Just know that that is what you walked in on. That's what we're talking about. It's a pretty heavy conversation. As you were saying, Zap, sorry for interrupting. I wanted to give a disclaimer since there are chatters that just came in. Also, Flip. Lego rated me.
Oh, I just said I had my headphones off. I was cleaning my nose.
Oh,
so
gotcha.
You didn't interrupt anything.
Yeah, no worries. Flip, I haven't seen you in my chat in like a year and a half. Where you been, bro? I need my Flip support. Anyway, what were we talking about? We're talking about.
You were saying something along. It was on the context of like China being in Africa.
Oh yeah, like so. Like let's say we leave the UN and then China sees that as an opportunity, and next year they do start doing something. They do start upping military operations in Africa and like around Europe with the places that they have Eastern Europe, Western Asia, right? Like they start like scaling up their military operations. The UN needs the United States if they're going to stop China and say, no, you can't do that. Because China would just say, go fuck yourself. I can do whatever I want. It's my land. Right?
Yeah, but the US, I think, in that context, even if it was like not in the UN, China's a bad example for that. I feel like if China goes ahead and starts actively harassing Africa, there's going to be enough people that are currently in power that are like, yeah, we called this. We said this word over and over and over and over again in like every other sentence on the news, cough Trump. And there's enough people that will probably agree with that specific mindset of like, look, they're actually doing something bad this time. Maybe we should go after them.
Yes, but if the United States is a part of the UN and this scenario, well, not forced to, if the United States is part of the UN and this scenario unfolds, they are incentivized to move forward with a plan that benefits not just the United States. If we're no longer a part of the UN, we're only going to combat China's growth to a capacity that benefits us and literally cares nothing about anybody else, right? So let's say China's expansion puts the United Kingdom in a really weird spot, politically or financially or economically. We wouldn't do anything about that if we weren't a part
Why
of the
not?
UN.
Okay, no. The UN does not change. Like, being or not being in the UN does not change the fact that, like, that wouldn't automatically make us non-allies, or at the very least, like, not trade friendly with all these other places. I feel like the states would very much dislike if they started getting up into, like, Europe and, affecting their imports and exports. That's definitely something that, like, they would step in.
I
That is not
think
a matter of, like, just not being in the UN means every other country can go fuck themselves. Because at the end of the day, it's still advantageous to have other countries that you're relatively friendly with not dead.
if you had said those exact words to me before the election of Donald J. Trump, I would have agreed with you wholeheartedly. However, with the way that he reacted to like the Paris Climate Agreement and the Iran deal and various other trade deals that we've had with all of those other countries, if you get the right conservatives in office and in control of the government, they would at best they would extract some sort of gain from those countries before helping at best. They would demand some level of like subservience to us. Like more or less, you would see what one of the biggest things that you would see is, all right, if you want us to get involved, that's fine, but then you can't tell us not to do what we're going to do. So there effectively would be no such thing as a war crime, right? Like if you want us to fix this
Yeah.
problem for you, we will, but you can't complain whatever that method is. That's it. Like that would be like one of the things that we would demand. And that's already way too far. That's already too
Yeah.
much. And again, or additionally, history has shown that we are kind of willing to leave our allies in really dire straits. It took a lot for the United States to join World War II. A lot. Like we
The
let
only
some
reason we joined World War II is because Japan did a stupid, and
Yeah.
then Germany did a stupid by, like, pulling themselves in.
Yeah.
They
And
didn't have to. It was so. It's a good thing they did. It's a very fucking good thing.
yeah, in the end, yes. It was very likely that the United States was going to join the war soon after Pearl Harbor. They just expedited the process. Because the government was already very much so in favor of joining the war, but they were afraid to because the public was not supporting, like the general population of the United States was not supporting us joining the war, which is crazy to me. I still don't understand how people were not like, yeah, we need to stop Hitler.
I think it's
Even
in the
without
context of the time.
even without the context of the Holocaust, it was like a significant portion of people in the United States had family members in the UK. Like a significant percentage of the population. Like
Fair.
not a majority by any means, but enough that you would think that like, okay, if most wars have like a roughly 50-50 split, or what would be more accurate, like a 40-40-20, where you have 40% of the population is like, yeah, no, fuck war, we need to work towards peace. 40% being like, yeah, go fuck them up, those guys are evil. And then 20% being indifferent, where it's like, I don't necessarily support war, but I wouldn't be pissed if we went to war with this evil bastard, right? Um, there were enough people in the United States who had family members in the UK and in Europe that you'd think that it would push that 40% to be closer to a majority, because a lot of the people who would normally be against war are literally watching their families like die, like overseas, literally, right?
While
Uh,
that is like an incredibly fair mindset, while that is incredibly fair, there is also the fact that like I think in that specific time period, after World War One had happened, also just getting out of the Great Depression, it makes sense that there's very much a mindset of like we don't want to get involved in other people's shit. We are just now getting out of our right.
yeah,
I can see why like the public would be like we don't need to get involved and it sucks that that's happening, but if there's not a necessity, I can see the public being like, yeah, I don't think we should do this yet, and at the very least like delaying how long it would take for them to get in,
yeah.
which is kind of what it was happening at that until a long line of stupids happened.
And to be fair, that's actually what's happening right now with Israel and Gaza. uh,
Yeah.
like, um, a lot of people in the United States want us to stop Israel. I think it's a very low percentage of people who would support a ground invasion of Israel. Hopefully, because that is not the way to stop Israel. We can stop Israel like politically, but it's the same concept. Like it's the same. Like there's just not a majority support amongst citizens of the U.S. yet to like BDS, like boycott, divest, and sanction Israel, and basically force them to not continue their quite literal genocide that they're doing. And it's
Yeah,
weird.
because like you said, it's the same situation. Because like, yeah, we have a bunch of our own bullshit happening. Like in the same way that the Great Depression just finished, we're on the tail end of the pandemic. We've been dealing with like a bunch of political nonsense in which whatever the fuck happens this next election is going to be interesting to watch. Like, as a concise way of putting it, like there's so much stuff going on here and the lack of like people being informed about what's happening. Because when I first heard about it, it's like, wait, what's even going on? I thought Israel's like one of the allies or something, and I'm only recently having context about that. It's like, yeah, maybe don't do a genocide. With all that, it's just like the same factors of like the average person might just think, well, this is a problem beyond me. What do I have to gain from this? What could there be to lose? And then weighing that with that information is like that's a them problem. That's not what I personally think, but I can see just how that sort of mindset would be relatively widespread.
I find that as somebody who's like very invested and like keeps up with politics both domestically and um internationally on a near daily basis. Uh, I I find that mentality to be terrifying.
Oh
Um,
no, it is. It is horrifying, but it's just overwhelmingly common.
yeah, it is, um, which is not good at all. Um, and the real problem is there's no clear solution to it. Um, like there are things that you can do to improve it. Like you can get money out of the media and politics so that it's less focused on um so that the media is less focused on pushing a political agenda. Because the problem is one of the biggest reasons why Fox News is so absolutely fucking horrendous is because it is a capitalist business that is trying to make money. The goal of a news
Yeah.
network in the United States, first and foremost, is to be a successful and profitable business. That is number one on the list. Informing the public is not at the top of the list, right? It couldn't be. Because if it
Not
was,
even close.
they would be losing money. And if somebody thinks, well, that's hyperbolic, you can absolutely make money while telling the truth. If you're a larger news network, a significant portion of the money that you're getting is from like donations and lobbyists, just like politicians are, which should be illegal. That should be insane. You shouldn't be able to pay a news network. Like that is like
Yeah.
even if you're not admitting to it, like even if you're doing it slyly, you are incentivizing that news network to give you specifically favorable coverage. Even if you don't
It's
tell them
like-
upright, like if you're not saying this is a bribe, you need to say nice things about me. If I own the news network and if me Alexander owns a news network, I own like Judge International, and it's like, Judge News Network, JNN, right? And you, billionaire Fantazap, inventor of IRL RNG manipulation and arbitrary code execution as a scientific field, like you literally like discover how to do those things with quantum physics in real life. And so you're a billionaire because you've developed this technology that can do this. And you give me, as a gift, $100 million just because you want to. Just because you like me, because I said one nice thing about you sometime, or because we used to play Minecraft together, whatever. Suddenly, okay, maybe something goes on in one of your studies or one of your trials that doesn't end so well for the people that were participating in the study. I'm a lot less likely to either report that or tell the truth about it when I report it, because I know who owns the business where that happened. And it could even be for relatively good intentions where I trust you personally, right? Because we are actually our friends. And I'm like, well, Zap isn't like a crazy guy that wants to kill people, so it was probably just a mistake. If we let this one like slide under the bus, it really isn't that big of a deal. And then that happens 2 or 3 or 4 more times. And then maybe eventually maybe I come around and I'm like, wow, maybe this dude is a fucking psychopath. But if I start reporting on it now, and I'm like,
weren't you supporting me the whole time?
Yeah, exactly. If I start reporting on it now, people are going to be like, wait, why are you publishing a story from a failed experiment that you had the details on 3 years ago? I have to just wash my hands of you entirely. That's the best thing I can do for myself. There are so many like little things involved in like the media. So like one thing that you could do again is get money out of the media. Get it like so that it's fun, like news networks and journalists are funded publicly or something like that. Let's say you managed to pull that off, which you'd be hard pressed to in the US, so I'm not saying that that's even likely. But let's say you managed to pull that off. Okay. That's still not going to make people watch the news. It might make people trust the news a little bit more, and maybe slightly more people will watch the news because maybe some of the people that don't watch the news aren't watching it because they don't trust it. Very valid reason to not watch the news, by the way. I'm not begrudging those people. If you don't trust the media, if you're like, I literally like think that Fox News, CNN, and MSNBC are just propaganda networks that are just trying to make me feel a certain way about my country and the world, you have come to
because they mostly are.
Yeah, you have come to the correct conclusion. And if you're like I don't have the time to watch the news and then also do research to determine if I agree with it, I'd rather just not watch the news to begin with. If you hit that point, I completely understand, right?
Ignorance is convenient.
It is. And like a lot goes into that, into being like that, where it's like, if you're like a single dad with 3 kids and you work 2 jobs, you just don't have time to do that. Even if you wanted to not be ignorant, you just don't have the time, right? The best thing that you can do is have a friend that's relatively in the know about politics, who you trust to steer you in the right direction, to give you advice. I unsurprisingly, I'd assume, am that person for a lot of my friends. A lot of my friends, like with this Israel-Gaza situation, I've had a lot of my friends ask me straight up, like, hey, whose side am I supposed to be on? Because there's a lot of arguing. Like, it seems like there's a genocide and I should be unhappy about that, but like, I know that Israel is one of our top allies, so I don't know if that's like misinformation. Like, would we really be allied with somebody like that? Or is it like they are our allies, but they're just doing something that we don't want them to? Or like, I've had a lot of people ask me questions like that. And that's relatively okay. But the problem is like some people will be steered awry. Some people will have a friend that is quote unquote in the know about politics who's just not correct, right?
Yeah.
Who's just like, for whatever reason, they are a Zionist, and so they are pro-Israel. And so they just steer you in the wrong direction and don't inform you correctly. And they're like, yeah, people are calling it a genocide, but really they're targeting the terrorists, and like people are just getting mad that they're killing civilians on the side. Like, you know, it's collateral damage. It is what it is. And then again, if you're a person who isn't really informed, but you trust my take, you're going to believe me over CNN or Fox News, which again is completely understandable. Right? Like if I'm your friend, you have a lot of reason to trust me over the fucking media, unfortunately, right?
Yeah.
So there's a lot of little things that you can do to make the lack of like education on these things less harmful, but there's no clear fix to it. There's
There's so
no
much stuff that's like already established that's in the way of it that practically it very well might be one of those we're too deep in
yeah.
unless something like drastic happened that just made that change inherent. Right? But I feel like any plan to try just altering how that is, like any explicit, yeah, we're gonna fix this, would probably fall flat on its face. Like something natural would have to occur that would basically just force things past all the changing of systems that led to this in the first place. Which, practically speaking, what even would that look like, right? What could that?
I've been saying this for years. Best case for humanity at this point, in my personal opinion, best case for humanity is we discover in some way, shape, or form, clear and obvious um, and like undeniable, undisputable evidence of extraterrestrial life, and also along with it, evidence that they are far more militarily advanced than us and also not friendly. They don't need to necessarily be near us, but let's say we develop a telescope that can look at the closest inhabitable planets, right? In other solar systems that are part of our galaxy, right? And in some way, we pick up a transmission through space or something that we, in somehow, way, shape, or form, decode, or we just get images that are sent over space somehow, some way, some shape, or some form. We gain some sort of knowledge that there are other civilizations out there that are doing better than us technologically and are not friendly. Because that is like, if you were the president of the United States and you got your hands on that and you showed that to other world leaders, like you sat down with everybody at the UN and was like, guys, real fucking talk. We need to stop all this petty bullshit. We're going to fucking die if we do not address this right now. We are already losing an arms race with somebody that we didn't even know we were losing an arms race with. And when they get here, we already know they're on their way. When they get here, if they get here tomorrow, not only are we fucked, we don't exist anymore. Earth is gone. Humans extinct. A couple of people might survive in a space station for like 2 days until they freeze to death. Okay? Like, we need to deal with this right now. That is best case for humanity. Best fucking case. Because I'm pessimistic, and I'm one of those people where, you know, like you could just quote. I know it's technically a meme, but like, you could just quote Murphy's Law. Nukes exist. Nuclear warfare and the end of humanity via its own like armaments is inevitable. Because it can happen, it one day will. And again, it might not be. It could be depending on when it happens. If it happens like 50 years from now, when bombs are even more efficient, maybe it is as bad as you and I were saying it probably wouldn't be. Maybe it is like, you know, we're sick and tired of this shit that Russia, like this is like the 7th time that Russia has tried to invade other countries in like Eastern Europe. Fuck it. We are going to erase Russia. Like we're tired of this. We don't want to deal with it anymore.
We have fundamentally don't need.
Yeah.
Like that's just my entire.
No, we don't need to, but that doesn't mean we wouldn't be stupid enough to do it.
I think it does.
Zap,
it's not a matter of
we elected Donald Trump. And it's highly likely that he will be the president again.
like, yeah, that happened, but also there's enough systems in place within the military. He's not the only person that makes those choices, right? He's fucking, like, the president's fucking powerful, right? They don't control every single military action. He can say all he wants. Yeah, what if we just nuked the entire land area of Russia? What if we did that? Like, someone could say that. Yeah, he could. The military, being the experienced thing that it is and having all the systems in place, would, like, why do we need to do that? What if we just hit, like, if we do use a nuke, why not just hit Moscow? Because for all intents and purposes, there you go, their government's gone. Russia, as, like, a governmental entity, is gone. That's all you'd have to do, right?
That's I would argue that that's optimistic, and you're making a lot of assumptions.
The assumption is just blatant efficiency. Like, the assumption is,
You're
what
assuming
practical
efficiency
purpose?
from a person and a group of people underneath that person that have a historic, like, demonstrous failure in the category of efficiency. The same people that you're talking about, the same systems in place that you're talking about in the military, the people running the military are the ones who pushed Obama, Biden, and Trump to use drones that had a civilian death rate that was higher than, like, intended targets, right? You had intelligence operatives that were, like, top of their field. They are the people that the president of the United States trusts and says, yes, you can use this weapon to, who ended up, like, killing mostly civilians. Like, the people who run the military are not like some of them, yes, are, like, honorable people that take their job very seriously and want to, minimize casualties but maximize success. But you also have generals and lieutenants and captains and people all throughout the military that are in the military because they are bloodthirsty lunatics that couldn't find any other excuse to go and kill people than becoming a member of the military and then manage to climb the ranks. Um,
Don't get me wrong. I am not for a moment assuming that there's, like, any level of sanity, any level of, like, honor with that. That's not the reasoning. The reasoning is, yes, you can have a weapon that kills mostly civilians. That's what nuclear bombs do. It's just a matter of, like, there there's a matter of, like, attacking without intent to, like, spare civilians, and there's a matter of attacking civilians in particular, right? It'd be one thing if, like, what could be likely, massive drone AI whatever strikes into militarized areas without any regard for, like, trying not to hit people that are innocent, right? That that is something that could easily happen. That's something that could easily be organized. Give it the year of 2050, and World War III is, like, on the verge. Some idiot decides, yeah, we don't want Russia being functional. They go ahead, do all that. There's still the fact of that's only going to be in the vicinity of, like, militarized areas. There's not a practical purpose for it. You can be bloodthirsty, yes. You can have no regard for civilian life, yes. But the civilians affected are inherently going to be close to the military targets. There's just not a practical purpose. It's not even an optimistic thing. It's not a these people are honorable. It's, even if they don't care, their lack of care is going to be focalized towards the places that can get their job done before anything bad happens to their country.
I mean,
Because
you say
if you
that
do it,
while
yeah,
the situation that's going on in Gaza is going on. They are targeting civilians for the sake of targeting civilians.
and I'm talking in the context of a
Uh,
world, like, potentially human ending war, right? the context that started this conversation was we are at the point where like that could happen on a scale where humans just entirely destroy each other. I don't think that's possible. Not on that scale. On the relatively, mind you, relatively small scale as compared to the entire planet. It's yeah, that's doable. On the scale of something that would get a lot of nations involved, because let's be real here, you cannot nuke the entirety of Russia and not piss off all of its neighbors, because that's way too close for comfort. On that scale, I don't think that would be possible. Because that's another thing, right? They have to do this without becoming the ultimate target of literally every other country in the Eurasian landmass, right? Which, if you're not indiscriminately nuclear bombing the entire land area of Russia, you're not going to deal with that. You're not going to have to worry about, some of your radiation, went a bit off of one of the borders and somewhere it shouldn't be, and now that country's getting pissed. That's another reason. Just self-preservation, as perturbed as that would be, is a very good deterrent from being as stupid as a person could possibly want to be.
I don't know. I think you wait until the right time and you'd get away with it. For example, what if let's say a few dictators after Putin, like 2 or 3 dictators after Putin, we get somebody that's up there with the to the same level of insane that Putin is, but like actually thinks that they can accomplish something to the degree of like, let's say like Russia like starts building up a military force outside of their border with China and then starts to invade China. And we're like, "Hey man, that is who would be the most pissed and would be the most capable of stopping us from getting rid of Russia." They'd probably be kind of happy if we took care of Russia right now. And you're like, let's say you're the dictator of China and the United States evaporates Russia and Russia was literally about to invade you. You probably don't want to blow up the United States. You're probably like, okay, they could evaporate me. So if I make them mad, I will look like them over there, the people that almost invaded me. Also, they evaporated the people that were about to invade me, not me. They effectively saved me from needing to get into an evaporation war. My casualties likely would have been egregious. Now my casualties are effectively 0 compared to what they would have been. Yeah, I'm okay with that. And then, the United States and China are, allied on this. They've joined hands. If you are any other country, I don't think you pick that fight. I don't think you get involved. I think you just, I think maybe you make a public statement. Maybe there's a press conference and you're like, that was the most insane, unconscionable thing I've ever seen. The United States should be embarrassed. That was a disgrace. This is a dark day for humanity. And the fact that we've resorted to something like that is absurd. But I think it's entirely possible that you do something like that and get away with it. I think that it's entirely possible. Like, and again, kind of like
I'm
what
sure
I said to you earlier.
But it feels so wasteful that I just don't.
It's
so wasteful of so many resources militaristically that it just feels.
I think you're incorrect. I think you're incorrect because you're looking at it from the completely wrong perspective. The people who do things like this, when you're talking about like somebody like Donald Trump or Vladimir Putin, efficiency and waste are not words that are even remotely close to being adjacent to their vocabulary. They do not care. And when it comes to when we have those weapons, this is a big part of the problem with our military spending. We have such a level of redundancy in our military that we could use like if we cut our military spending by 70%, we would still have a larger military than the next 9 countries combined. Right? So when you talk about waste, We don't care if it's wasteful. And you like we are getting dictators, and we are getting a right-wing push in the world. We are getting a fascism push in the world, and not just the United States. There are other countries that are having like these like insane dictators and insane politicians that are getting elected somehow.
Glances at Italy.
Um, where they want to just because they can. And the problem is because a lot of the time the people that are like right wing and fascist and winning these elections, they're friends with people. They're like personal friends with people who make those weapons. Like when we talk about a nuclear bomb, a good portion of them are made by the government. I think almost all of them are, but not 100% of them, which is already bad. Okay? Like, that's already terrifying. But the fact that some are commercially made, the military industrial complex, the whole idea behind its existence. And the best part is it that the term military industrial complex was coined by a like relatively far leaning right winger that literally said, "Hey, it was I believe it was actually Eisenhower who was like, hey, by the way, you need to keep an eye on these fuckers because if they have their way, the world will end. Everybody will fucking die." And he didn't quite say it that unequivocally, but he implied it heavily. He made it pretty clear that like if the military industrial complex, if you made it up to them, if you made it their decision, we would use every weapon that we have to invade every country that we can reach. If it were up to them, we would have a ground invasion of Canada tomorrow. We would be blowing up Mexico City in 3 days, and we would have ships on their way to like the northeastern part of Russia from Alaska by next week. Like they don't care. Casualties, like the number of people dying just means they get more money. That's all it means. That's all it means.
Mm.
And so like if you get those people in like close enough to somebody like Donald Trump, and you get somebody who runs a defense contracting company to say, hey Don, $20 billion, and I will give you a bomb that will literally turn like 1/12 of Russia into a crater. It's quite literally going to like damage the rate at which the earth spins when it goes off.
Is that even physically possible?
I think
With like
I think with hydrogen bombs we could destroy the moon. So yes, I think that's possible. I don't think that's outside the realm of possibilities.
there's a lot of rock on the moon though. Like you have to understand, at the end of the day, there's so many factors to like an explosion as well. The fact that there's the atmosphere pushing against it, the fact that there's an entire planet on the bottom side, that it can only get so much area covered, right? There's only like you look at Japan's a small country, right? And sure, like Hiroshima and Nagasaki, the bombs dropped on them are far weaker than what can be used today. But even still, like Japan was able to function outside of those areas. And given
nuclear weapons today do not blow up upon impact. They detonate midair.
Okay. But that's still like the point still stands. There's stuff in the way and they can only spread out so far. There's like physics is a thing. Physics is a thing, and like sheer mass of the planet's size. Because you look at Japan on a map, right? Shit's tiny. And yet, still, those were like two relatively confined incidents. With bigger bombs, it would have been much worse, but like, a country as small as Japan was still able to would still be able to function.
It is
we
yes.
definitely have enough bombs that we could probably get like one. Hold up, what's the strongest bomb we have? Like how much?
Yeah, I'm looking that up right now.
I'm gonna look up how much land area is Japan.
Okay, the B-83.
Give me like a square feet.
B-83 is a variable yield thermonuclear gravity bomb Developed in the 1970s, that entered service in 1983. A maximum yield of 1.2 megatons of TNT. Let's see.
Give me some square kilometers, man.
I'm looking.
You can even count radiation, like just how far the radiation gets out, if that's a potential thing.
Oh, thankfully the Biden administration is trying to retire the B-83. Hang on. Uh highest damage bomb. Highest damage bomb. The Tsar bomb, Soviet thermonuclear bomb that was detonated in a test over Novaya Zemlya on October 30th, 1961. That's probably outclassed today. Why am I? What is the most destructive weapon in the world?
Okay, hold up. How many square kilometers could the Tsar Bomba affect? We'll just use this as a baseline. I'm sure it
Yeah,
gets
that's fair.
stronger.
That's fair.
Red circle. Okay. This website seems to show some specs. 57 megatons. Detonated about that distance. Destroyed nearly everything within a 35-kilometer mushroom cloud tower. That distance. Soviet towns 100 miles. Okay. 160 kilometers seems to be like the extent of the damage of that. And I'm assuming this is like. Okay, this is from ground zero, right?
Yeah.
We're having a circular area. That's the radius. What's the formula for the area of a circle? We're doing math.
The area of a circle?
Yeah. I'm just gonna pull up a calculator for it.
Two times pi radius squared.
Alright.
2 pi radius
Radius
squared,
is
I think.
160.
Area of a circle. 2 pi radius squared. Am I correct? Area equals
the area.
pi radius squared. It's not 2 pi radius squared. It's just pi radius squared.
The area covered by the Tsar Bomba, just like maximum damage, right? Every area that could be damaged by that. From what this is saying, seems to be like a square kilometer area of 80,424 square kilometers. So if I divide that with Japan, that okay. So if you had like 4 perfectly spaced star bombas, it's I feel like I did something wrong in that calculation. Hold up. Wooden houses were destroyed. Brick one, that's still damage. Christ, that calculation right. Radius would be the correct one. From ground zero. That's radius.
Um,
Yeah, area comes out to a big number. Okay. Well, it's closer to 5. 5 perfectly spaced star bombas could basically level Japan.
that's not a lot. That's not a lot.
That's not a lot. Holy shit.
And also, I'm gonna add something. This is because like I was yeah, we are. And I was gonna say something that's also worth considering. 50 years from now, using the word efficiency is kind of scary because nuclear bombs might not be the like premier military weapon in 50 years. Like there are weapons that are like being studied. Like, do you know what kinetic bombardment is?
Kinetic energy. I'm guessing it's like gravity bullshit.
So basically, okay, better question because like the coolest depiction of it I've ever seen conceptually. Have you ever have you ever played Call of Duty Ghosts? Or do you
I've
know
never
the
played Call of Duty.
Fair enough. Do you know the story of any of the Call of Duty games?
There's a game named Zombies, so I'm sure
Okay.
there's an apocalypse in one of them.
So, in Call of Duty Ghosts, they depict a what is like a relatively science fiction type weapon, but is absolutely possible. It's just we haven't found a way that makes it worth building right now. But it's absolutely theoretically possible, where you use gravity to be the primary force behind the destruction of the weapon that you're using.
Rods from God.
Yes,
That's just rods from God.
it
There's
is.
been experiments done with that, or not experiments, but calculations that just bombs are exponentially more efficient in that regard, given the fact that like you have to put in the inaccuracy of launching something that large from that high, and also getting something that large that high is incredibly expensive when you could just accomplish the same thing with a nuke.
I think you are overestimating how large you need a tungsten rod to be to do insanely destructive
The
like numbers.
accuracy is realistically the bigger problem.
Right. But eventually you hit a point where the accuracy doesn't matter. What if you have the technology to get enough of those into
You
space?
don't want the accuracy to not matter.
No,
Because
you
if you're
again,
just saying
like we're
hell
talking.
to the accuracy.
No.
If you're
Again,
saying hell to the accuracy with something like that, then that means it is far more powerful than you need it for that target, and you will hit something you are explicitly not supposed to hit from someone else.
not
That
necessarily.
you are going to piss people off.
Again,
You also
like
have to take into account embassies exist, Judge.
that's true, but
Embassies are a thing in like every country.
that's
Part
true.
of the
That's true.
argument for saying you can't level Russia is like people will have like there are countries with embassies in there. You cannot level the entirety of the country because you will piss people off because parts of that do belong to those other countries.
Again, but like the depiction that I was going for earlier. Let's say we're talking about like let's say for like hypothetically speaking, Russia builds up a military force right outside of China and they're literally threatening to invade if Russia doesn't or if China doesn't like secede land or something like that, right? China is probably the country other than us that has the most embassies in Russia, so they probably wouldn't care. They'd probably
But
be
there
like,
are other embassies than just China.
right,
It's
but
not a matter of like
what would Italy do?
trigger the entirety of NATO because you just blew up Italy's and multiple other countries'
And
embassies without any prior warning.
and what if
There's
Italy's
other countries with nuclear bombs.
what if Italy's current like let's again this I know this is all hypothetical, so I know we're assuming a lot, but still like for the sake of the discussion, what if at this moment in time the person who is in charge of Italy has been egging on the United States to do something about Russia? What if they've been literally saying like, "Oh no, yeah, I want them to literally erase Russia off the face of the earth." The United States is the only country that could. Russia has been like they're just dirty people, they're just evil people, and I want nothing to do with them. Um, they just turned the blind eye when Donald Trump
Well,
the
good
ninth.
for Italy, I suppose. Figure out every single other country that has embassies there.
And how many of those
Like-
countries are already subservient to either us or China?
There's
Or-
a
or
difference
are-
between
or are-
subservient and
Are
there's-
completely
okay.
reliant on our existence.
There's subservient. There's like reliant. Yeah, I'll try and quiet down if you're gonna start passing out. There's like being subservient, there's being reliant, and then there's a matter of you just nuclear bombed the entirety of like most countries in Europe. You just pissed them all off because you blew up their embassies with like basically no warning. And that you can't just get away with that. You can add these hypotheticals. You can say like,
see,
oh,
again-
this country is egging on people.
I
There is
think
not going to be a situation in which every single country, without having already just started a war in the first place, if they got to this point, is just like, yeah, no, we're fine with this because Russia sucks. If
you don't need them to be
that
fine
has-
with it, and you don't need all of them to be okay with it. You just need more than half of them to be afraid enough or okay enough with what just happened to turn the other cheek. And then the
And so
countries
what
that
happens when they send nuclear bombs your way?
again, I'm
Mutually
saying
assured
no, no,
destruction
no, no,
is
no.
one
Listen, listen,
hell of
listen, listen.
a
You didn't
concept.
hear what I said. You didn't hear what I said. The all you need if let's say you're the right wing fascist dictator of the United States, right? And you blow up Russia. You don't need the majority of other countries to be okay with what you just did. You just need or you I'm sorry, you don't need all of the other countries that are around or all of the countries that had embassies there to be okay with what you just did. You just need the majority. You just need more than half. And if you are one of the countries that is not part of that half, if you are let's say France doesn't buy it and they're like that's insane. Maybe France has elected some like relatively not insane diplomatic guy who wants there to not be the end of the world tomorrow. If he can't convince the other countries to stand up to you as well, what is he going to do by standing up to you other than assuring the destruction of France too? He just watched you erase Russia, right? He's at that point it's like the conversation that he's having, especially with the other leaders of France, the people in his cabinet, in his parliament, whatever. The conversation he's having is about damage control. That is the new
No,
conversation. Yes, 100%.
no.
Yes.
Here's the thing, Judge. We are not the only country that has access to this kind of technology.
If we're
Okay?
talking
We have a
kinetic
lot of
bombardment
it,
in 50
but
years, yes we are. If we're talking about something that you can literally just like
you don't need to. Okay, you do not need kinetic bombardment to shut down a government with nuclear bombs. I'm sorry, it
if
is not a necessity. We
shut down the
could do that
government,
now.
no, but the problem is they wouldn't have the balls to, and if they attempted to, they wouldn't be successful.
Judge, scroll down that list. I think there's enough countries there affected. Enough, if you just scroll down that list and just count them one by one, every single. You've basically pissed off most of the entire world in some amount. All of that additive, that's not. We don't have the balls to do it. That's not like we don't want to, anger America. They made a mistake. No, you have literally pissed off every single country in the world. Like you can't get away with that. That is not something that you can do without at that point there goes the White House. The White House is gone. Like the government would be shut down in a matter of like hours,
I
right?
know that
A
scale
sudden
I know that scale matters, Zap. Israel is in the middle of enacting a genocide. And there are plenty of countries that are, quote, not happy with Israel. And every single one of those
Are they
countries.
conducting that genocide inside of their country? Are they going to like France and killing all the people there?
No,
Because
but
there's a difference between attacking
if
France-owned
we
property.
France doesn't care enough about its embassies in Russia to to risk the rest of France by attacking the United States. They just don't.
But every single country, there's enough countries that have that it stops being. It's not a matter of like France alone or Italy
See, you're
alone.
assuming that they
You're
would all come
thinking
together, like link arms and say, we're going to stand up to the United States together. There would be plenty of countries that would either be directly on our side for various reasons, that would literally just.
they would stand up, look everyone in the room in the eye, say, okay, so we can all agree objectively that all of us have had embassies bombed. Okay? Okay. Who here
And
was given a warning?
and a lot of
None of
them
us?
don't
Okay,
care
hit
enough
the
about
button.
embassies to want to have a next step.
I just don't think that's the case.
I
I
100% think that's the
severely
case.
undervaluing the fact that even if it's just one embassy, the message that the States has just sent to like most of the countries in the world that yeah, we're willing to
Okay.
blow up every one of your embassies as
Uh,
collateral
Okay,
damage.
Zap. Actually, hear me out. Hear me out. Hear me out. Because this is literally directly what you're
hearing.
talking about. This is like exactly what you're talking about. Israel has blown up like I think more than 30 UN facilities in Gaza. They've quite literally killed like UN doctors like targeted hospitals that were being run by the UN. And their argument is, well, there were people that were bad at or near your hospital. And the UN quite literally has said, well, we don't like that you did that, but there's nothing that we can do about it. So it is what it is.
It's not on the nuclear scale.
It doesn't.
It's not on the nuclear scale.
I still think that the
that
fact
is an
that
entirely different thing.
I don't think it is though, because the argument isn't whether or not it's about scale. Because again, the context is you're waiting for Russia to do something that pisses off everybody else enough that they're willing to turn the other cheek. Again, like let's say Russia does something stupid, like threatens to invade China. China would be the number one thing we would have to worry about if we did something like, again, erase Russia from the map. That's the other world superpower, right? And in 50 years, that's still going to be the case. It's going to be that we will still be the big three. There might be other countries that are like somewhat close to qualifying as a superpower, but when you're talking about what the countries that are most certainly going to be superpowers in 50 years, you've got the United States, you've got Russia, and you've got China, and that's it. That's
These
probably
are the only countries that have no diplomatic relations with Russia. There's so many countries in the what you're basically saying is the entirety of the world will turn the cheek over something on the scale of like nuclear genocide, not even nuclear genocide, just fucking you take your nuclear scrub daddy and you just went ahead and did a little bit of dishwashing on Russia. Like
no, I'm not saying nothing. You're missing what I'm saying, Zap. I'm not saying nothing. I'm not saying nothing would happen, and I'm not saying that there wouldn't be consequences. I'm saying what would likely happen is something akin to what you see happening in the UN today, where somebody will do a horrendous, disgusting, vile war crime. People will get pissed off. There will be a UN meeting about it, and they'll talk about what needs to be done, and they'll talk about there needs to be repercussions, like we need to try the president of the United States as a war criminal, like they need to be held accountable. And that is unfortunately like I guess fortunately that is the correct thing that they should do. And I think that's what inevitably would happen. The problem is the United States waits for the right moment, right? Again, the hypothetical that I'm offering you is Russia threatens to invade China. China, suddenly, the only other group at the UN that even comes close to the influence that we have, goes to that same meeting and goes to that same vote and quite simply says, you're not going to do anything about it. Because if you do something about it, about what just happened to Russia, you're going to have to deal with the United States, and you're also going to have to deal with us. And
Judge,
that
you're
is
also going under the assumption that if the U.S. did something on that scale, they're still maintaining the power they have in the UN, and it's not just an immediate, you have violated every single possible code within here just by in the blink of an eye. I don't think their word is worth much, because you're comparing this to the Israel-Gaza situation, right?
It's more like
here is that the U.S. has such a say in this that there's like nothing the UN can do. We talked about this earlier. They can express disappointment, but the U.S. has not done anything to like change the fact that it has this much power in the UN. It's not done anything to change the fact that these other countries have reason to just like respect. I guess is the best word for this. Respect what they're saying and like give them that power.
No,
if
they
did
wouldn't.
Something on that scale, directly attacking, or I say directly causing damage to possessions of literally every other country in the UN, they stop having power.
That they don't. They just don't. They stop having a say at the table. The problem is the vast majority of the power that the UN has comes directly from the United States. So it's less about how much we have a say at what the UN does. It's more like if we pull out of the UN is hardly the UN anymore. And then again,
it doesn't need to be the UN.
No, further,
needs to be a collection of countries with nuclear bombs that
can hit the White House. Further, if the last country that is there that is considered a superpower sides with the other superpower, there is no conversation. If China shows up, You don't need the United States to have a say. If the United States isn't there anymore, then the de facto guys in charge, like we are right now, because we are, like, we do whatever we want, and the UN can't do anything about it. That's just the way it's been. If the United States gets kicked out and the UN is like, enough is enough, fuck the United States, they're not getting away with this anymore. The next rung on that ladder, if we let go, the next person on that list, assuming Russia doesn't exist anymore, right, is China. Okay? And if China does the same thing that the United States does and just says, no, you're not doing anything about it, you're just going to sit there, it happened, we're all going to move on, that's the end of the conversation. The UN is going to be pissed. They're going to hold a vote, and it's not going to get anywhere because a bunch of people at that vote are either going to vote present or be too afraid to vote yes, we are going to nuke the United States of America, because they know that we're literally attacking the United States, and China is, in this context, allied with them. We just lose.
I think this is an agree to disagree, because fundamentally, like, I think you're putting too much value into the fact that we are the United States, and because we are the United States, and because we are as powerful as we are, everyone's gonna be bloody fucking terrified and won't see this massive, they just shat in every country cereal as, like, that's enough to unify over. Earlier you mentioned, like, if there is some alien force that just is showing extreme signs of military aggression and will come attack, this is basically, your force is on the planet, you can actually reach it, and it just attacked everyone. It's not a will, they just did. I think trying to say that terror alone, or that the fact that the US has power in the UN right now, I think that's just putting too much into the fact of, like, it's too much into the assumptions of the fact that, like, fucking idiotic people can do idiotic things when given a lot of power. It's put too much into the assumptions that, like, we live in the point where they could get away with something on that scale. That scale in particular. I'm not saying it can't. I'm not saying it's already happening with, like, I'm not saying it's not already happening on, like, smaller scales. But on that scale, it's no. I cannot agree with that. I don't think that's possible. It's just, it defies all forms of logic
It doesn't.
or the assumptions.
I gave you plenty of forms of logic that do say that it is definitely quite possible. I'm not saying
I
it's
gave
probable.
you plenty of forms of logic that say pressing a button would fix that problem in an instant. Like, they could, okay. There's so many other countries with nukes. They don't need to be the United States. They don't need to have the excess that we mentioned earlier to all collectively be like, yeah, they just attacked every single one of us. That's not going to slide militarily. You do not diplomacy that. This is not a matter of, like, two uninvolved, or two countries that, like, they're not involved in a conflict with the rest of the world. It's just being influenced by the rest of the world. This is, you just attacked grounds owned by the rest of the world. That's a different scenario entirely, and no amount of pessimism makes me think that they could get away with that. I apologize, but no. You cannot convince me on that point. No.
Again, kind of like what I said earlier. If you had this conversation with me like a few years ago, before we had this, like, not just national but like global, like, right wing extremist, like surge that is happening, and it's not just us. There are plenty of countries that are doing it. Argentina just elected like an actual psychopath, and that's just one example. And you talked about Italy. This is just happening. This is just slowly happening around the world.
Do you not think those are the exact kind of people that would react that rashly to that sort of thing? Like I feel
It
like
depends on
if
their
Trump
personal. No,
was
no, no. It depends on their personal thoughts of the person who is elected at that moment in the United States.
no
If they're
fuck personal thoughts,
no,
I
no, no,
think
no, no,
at
no.
that
If they,
point,
if it's, let's say, for sake of context, let's say we're talking about somebody that is very reminiscent of Donald Trump. A lot of the right wing leaders that you see pushing and gaining success in other countries quite fondly talk about how like their inspiration is Donald Trump and how about the United States making this great right wing political push is why they decided to run for office, this, that, and the other. You get enough of those people that just are part of the ideology, that are part of like let's call it like the greater like MAGA mind virus, because that's basically what it is, right? You get enough of those people to be in charge of enough countries. Again, all it needs to be is over half, which is not like a dramatic thing. Not even over half of countries, over half of countries that have nukes, and not just over half of countries that have nukes, but over half of countries that have enough nukes that they'd be able to even do anything with those nukes. Because if you're talking about like a country in the Middle East that is just now developing their first and second, they're not going to do anything. That doesn't count. I'm sorry. Like, yeah, they could launch there too. It's likely that those two are going to get shot down. The way that nukes would work today is you would launch enough of them that you basically form a redundancy against their like anti-missile systems that those countries have as a defense. When you're talking about like us, Russia, and China, you have to launch enough nukes that the systems that are in place to stop nukes from landing don't have enough to be able to stop them all. That's how nukes like would work, right? So that's an important context. It can't just be a country that has nuclear weapons. It has to be a country with a sizable military force that has enough nukes. That is also
it's
part of the
not one
conversation.
country.
I'm not saying one country. I'm saying you just
It's
need to
not
have.
just a few. It's not less than half. Like the assumption that there's enough. Okay, if every single country, or how many countries are in the planet? Let's see here. How many countries have nukes? I guess that's the important question. How many? 9 countries in the world, and if we're going for like a World War III scenario, we can assume that it'll probably be closer to like 20 probably by that point, right? If we're at the point where like nuclear annihilation on a countrywide scale is happening, I think it's safe to assume that more than 9 countries have it.
Okay,
Let's
no,
say
no,
20 countries have that,
no, no, okay,
or
hold
even
on.
15 if we're being
No,
pessimistic.
we can use right now as as like a scale for later, because you could just do whatever we're talking about by today's standards and scale it up. All right. So the
If we're
nine.
saying whatever, if we're using today as the scale, but then using a futuristic, like the fact that there's a red wave now means that they could get away with this. I think those are you got to combine. You can't just say like, yeah, World War III is going to have all these people be like red wave, and we're going to need to eradicate Russia, and we're going to be able to get away with it just because of the fact that we're the United States. I it no. No. Just blatant no.
Okay, so
That's too many assumptions for
going
this argument.
going by the countries that have nukes right now. Okay, and again, this is a world assuming that Russia threatened to invade China. Okay, you got Russia, the United States, China, France, UK, Pakistan, India, Israel, and North Korea. If we erase Russia from the map, North Korea doesn't care. If anything, they're probably happy because they hate Russia. They hate Russia. They hate us too, don't get me wrong, but they're not going to jump on the bandwagon of other countries and be like, yeah, time to blow up the US. If anything,
Why
they're
wouldn't they? They've already been threatening to do so, and now we've just shown that we're willing to like send nuclear bombs to eradicate entire countries that we don't
because
like.
they just watched the country right next door that is larger than them to like a factor of like what, like 60 literally get evaporated. Yeah, no, they're not just going to shoot their nukes at us, especially whenever we killed one of their enemies. If anything, they are rejoicing. They're probably calling us to say, hey, can we have some of that radiated land, please? I'd really appreciate it if we could have some of that. We're very close, so it'd be easy for us to get there. Like, that's
North
what would be
Korea is
happening.
like easily the most like ballsy with flexing around their nuclear bombs and like actively trying to piss people off
Yeah. So
without
and there's a good
getting to that
chance.
point. I
Zap, there's a
feel
good no, Zap. There's a good chance that when we start bombing Russia, nuclear North Korea goes, I want to do that too, and then launches their nukes at Russia. Okay, like that is just as likely as North Korea deciding to blow us up. If anything, I'd say it's probably more likely because they would want to be a part of the winning side in that context, especially with them being that close to the place that was just eliminated. Like it'd be if we are that able to blow up Russia, we are more than capable of taking care of North Korea, and they would know that. They're crazy, and like you said, they want to flex, but again, this all depends on who's elected. I think there's a high likelihood, knowing North Korea's relationship with Russia, that would decrease tensions between the United States and North Korea. They'd be like, thank God somebody finally did that. We've been waiting for somebody to blow up Russia for like a century. Thank you. Thank you. Like they're probably not that pissed. So the people right above them on the list is Israel. Israel is not going to do jack shit to us. They don't care. They don't care. They're not like, even if they could do something to us, the problem is their nukes are our nukes. We gave them those nukes. So they're not using them against us. And even if they tried to, I don't think it would work very well. Chances are they wouldn't. Like we are like their biggest, like we are their biggest supporters. If we don't exist, they have nothing and they last maybe a couple of years. Israel wouldn't stick around if we didn't. Israel's not going to do anything. India, yeah, India would probably be pissed because they're touching Russia. Like they would see all of that happening. They'd be like, "Yo, what the fuck? Excuse me." The problem is China is right there, and again in this theoretical situation where China's like, "No, you're not going to do anything about it." India is listening to China. They just will. They know that they don't win that fight. They know that they don't stand a chance. Pakistan. Pakistan might do something. I'll grant you, Pakistan might get a little pissed, and they might be like, "Yeah, this is why you don't let crazy big countries have nukes. This is why we wanted nukes in the first place, so that something like that wouldn't happen." So maybe Pakistan steps up and says, "We want to do something about this." The United Kingdom and France are the two that are left over, and that is honestly a bit of a coin flip.
I don't think that's a coin flip. They are very much, even if they don't like actively show it within their own countries half the time, because let's be real, what big country tends to do that? It's like that is very much a human rights violation. Shit that they have actively.
They don't care. They don't care.
They don't care. But also the fact that you did that to a country significantly larger than them in scale, and to like, they're not gonna let that slide. No.
So again, the language that you're using, let them slide. Fair enough, Zap. I don't think that the entire world would just roll over and say that nothing will happen. I also don't think that the United Kingdom is going to say, "Hey guys, let's nuke the US. Who's with me?" That is also highly unlikely.
Oh no. I want to go to sleep. Frankly, I think I don't know how what's the word? How productive this debate has been. I'm gonna be perfectly honest. While it's been fun to have, I don't think either of us are gonna be convincing anyone on either of these things, because this is just two fundamentally different viewpoints that I think I'd say both have merit. And I think in the world where enough psychopaths get elected, if we get to that point, if we get to the point where every country has a Trump, then I'll grab your hand. We can stare down upon a depressed world full of nuclear radiation and rejoice that you were right. I think there's too much reliance on the idiocy of a few people getting even more idiocy into power in enough places. In enough places for that to happen. Fundamentally, I'm gonna have to dip out of this and say this is agree to disagree.
I mean, that's fair.
Like this is significantly like, this is literally just like the pessimistic view versus the optimistic view. Like they're two things that I think could both be likely under pessimistic circumstances or optimistic circumstances. Like we are literally just we're just saying those two sides, right? We're trying to convince each other on that, which yeah, that's the point of the debate. But also we've gone in circles for that for a while, and I think we both know the exact thing we're trying to say to each other, right? So I'm gonna just tap out and say I need to go get some sleep.
That's fair. Go get some sleep. I'm probably
All
gonna
right,
end.
see ya,
I'm gonna
Joe.
end stream soon. Yeah, no worries.
Glad to help you have some content.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah. Missing out on sleep for this. Bye.
Bye. I'm gonna respond to chat before I end stream. I think you're going way too far into theorizing. I really don't even see a big radical surge that you see. Poland elected a liberal majority in parliament. Okay, so I'm not saying that right wingers are taking over the planet, but what is happening globally is right wingers are radicalizing at a rate that was faster than previous. Um, the election of Donald Trump and the success of like the MAGA movement in the United States has um, motivated and inspired a lot of similarly um, right wing and radical people that already existed in other countries from like coming out of their shell. A big thing in the United States, right? So like we're like a good example of this, like a direct example that I can give. And again, I know that this is contained in the United States, but this should get my point across. Um, there were the Charlottesville protests where you quite literally had like a giant mob of like racist white people like gathered together in a place, and it shocked everybody. The thing is, those racist people already existed. Where's that data from? Just like looking at like global politics and seeing the way that conversations have been going internationally. Like the politics in Argentina, the politics in Italy, um, the like the way that the UK has been going is another one. Um, you've just seen you've seen people coming out of the woodwork, and I don't have like a study for you, but like you can see it happening. Like it's physically happening. Um, and if I could pull up a study, I would. And there might actually be studies about it. In fact, we could check. Let's see. Oh, okay. So in the United States alone, I think can looking at politics itself can sometimes be misleading and depends on where you're looking. Um, I mean, yes, but you shouldn't dismiss data so like loosely on that. Um, just because it could be misleading doesn't mean that it is misinformation. Um, so that's like you could say that about like anything. Like you could say, well, like data can be misleading. A graph with information and numbers on it can be misleading. Like anything can be pitched in a way that is misleading. So you want to like back up data with like tangible evidence as well. And again, tangible evidence would be the kind of politicians that were elected again in like Argentina. The guy that they elected in Argentina quite literally calls himself an anarcho-capitalist. And the context for that is like anarcho-capitalist is like a phrasing that you use to talk about like the horrendous end of capitalization, like what happens at the end of capitalism if you let capitalism go too far. What is that called? It's like it's so like kind of like when you call like right wing extremism fascism, right? If somebody calls themselves a fascist, they're basically admitting that they are like the like if we're going by the definition of the word fascist, they're just admitting outright, oh yes, I am as right wing as I possibly can be for the sake of calling myself as right wing as I possibly can, right? He literally called himself, and he calls himself an anarcho-capitalist. He's quite literally saying that he is the like horrendous like dystopian nightmare that comes with a post-capitalist or like end of capitalist society. I'm not saying it's misinformation. I'm just saying that it's important to check data before giving big claims. It's not a big claim, I don't think, to say that there is a rise in um, right wing radicalization. Um, a great example, here's a really good example. Here's two really good examples that are happening today. And this is less about like politics, but this is like more like international stuff. The invasion of Ukraine, that took a level of like right wing boldness for that to happen. That counts. What's happening in Gaza right now, Netanyahu and the right wing like maniacs that are in charge of Israel right now, them going as far as they are, them being as bold as they are, is part of that radicalization. And while it might not feel fair, like those seem like extreme cases and like might be outliers. I honestly feel like if we didn't have the whole MAGA thing going on in the US and Donald Trump wasn't elected, you wouldn't see Netanyahu and you wouldn't see Israel being as bold as they are. Maybe Russia would still have done the Ukraine thing, but I don't think Israel would have started what they're doing had Donald Trump lost the election. I don't think that would have happened. Some countries might see a rise, other ones might see the opposite. Yes, but that just because you see a rise in like left-wing opposition doesn't mean that there isn't a rise in right-wing radicalization, right? So just because the opposite is true doesn't mean that the thing that I'm saying isn't also true. Are you suggesting that the Russian people are radicals or the government? The government. But I'm saying that they are emboldened. I'm saying that as right wingers, as like a fascist dictatorship, they are emboldened by the rise of like right wing extremism around the globe. I'm aware that the Russian government has always been radical, and in recent years has been right wing radical. I'm very aware of that. Don't worry. True in some countries, but necessarily globally. Well, if I'm saying in countries around the globe, that is the same thing as saying globally. When I say globally, I don't mean in every country. I just mean in enough places around the globe, in countries in all places. Like, for example, if it's happening in somewhere around like North America, somewhere in South America, somewhere in Europe, and somewhere in Asia, that's enough to say globally because it's happening in all of the places around the globe. Anyway, there's I don't know what this means, so I'm not going to use this specifically. This is literally just showing dots on a map. But like right here, extreme right wing's attacks in Europe from 2012 to 2017. We went from zero is probably incorrect. There were probably like terrorist attacks in 2012 that just weren't attributed to right wing ideology. So I'd say that saying zero is probably not accurate. But like this is a pretty clear trend upward. 30 isn't like a terrifying number, but going from like less than 5 to 30 in 3 years, that's that's a pretty big jump. Um, that's a pretty big jump. Uh, let's see. Policy implications. I'm not worried about policy. Far right extremism in Europe. Let's see. I'm skimming. The UK government concluded in 2018, we assess the threat from extreme right-wing terrorism is growing. Um, I wish they would specify who. 38. What's 38? Let's see. Let's look at a source, yeah? 38. Her Majesty's Government (HMG) contests the United Kingdom strategy for countering terrorism (CM 9608), London. Her Majesty's Stationery Office, June 2018. Emphasis added. I wish this was like a link, but it's not. Well, this isn't Wikipedia. Argument. An expert's point of view on a current event. Far right extremism is a global problem. I mean, is a global problem is one thing. Is it growing though? That's the question. We always knew it was a problem. Is it growing? A surgeon in the 2010s. That's fine, but this isn't the 2010s anymore. Okay, a single attack doesn't tell us anything. Okay, here's the way I put it. I know that this is anecdotal, um, but I'll add a lot of caveats to the things that I'm saying. Um, I'll add a lot of caveats to like try and um make what I'm saying more digestible. I'm big on politics and international politics. I've kept up with international politics and the news and all that stuff for the greater part of my life at this point. 27. I've been keeping up with politics since I was like not the greater part of my life, since well, the greater part of like my cognizant life. Definitely the greater part of my life as an adult. I've watched and kept up with politics globally since I was 16. I'm a political science major. It's the thing that I'm passionate about. And this, I know that this is anecdotal, but I think that this is a fair thing to say. This is what I'm basing my opinions off of. This is part of what I'm basing my opinions off of. I've seen a growth in the number of stories and relevant conversations when it comes to like far right wing extremism, right wing radicalization, etc. In that time that I've been following like politics, global politics, international politics, etc., etc. Right? You don't even know how these studies got their data. I understand that that's always a big part when you're looking at those studies, and that's why you always want to look at sources. And it's unfortunate that that one that I looked at didn't have an actual link to the source. It just said some words, and it didn't take me to the place that that data was actually accessible or told me how that data was given. But and it is good to question those things. However, a good thing to do is to whenever you're looking at studies to look for something that isn't tied to data. Look for something that is tangible, that is in line with the theory, right? So like I said, the thing that Russia is doing to Ukraine, they were not they've wanted to do what they did to Ukraine for a long time. They've threatened to invade Ukraine several times. This isn't the first time that they've actually invaded Ukraine, but them going as far as they have was a recent thing. So it is safe to say, at least in the case of Russia, they were either more radicalized or they were emboldened by something in recent days, right? Because they had the capacity to do this before, but they did it now. They've wanted to do this before, but they did it now. Similarly, the situation with Israel and Gaza. Israel has done all sorts of horrible, awful, disgusting things to Palestinians and people in Gaza for a long time. And they've used every excuse that they can. And anytime something happens, they see how far they can push it And every time they go further and further and further. And over time, they've grown more and more bold, right? Like what was I always forget the name of the last one. Hang on a second. I'm going to try to find it. Um, I forget what it's called, but there was something that happened between Israel and Gaza relatively recently in my lifetime. And then this is just like they clearly are more bold than they were then. Like they are pushing it farther than they did at the time. Um, and I can't find the name of the actual thing. I'm sorry, I tried finding it. I can't find it. But if you look up the history between the IMS, Israel and Gaza, and Israel and Palestinians, and Israel and Hamas, you'll see that they have gotten progressively more and more extreme with how they respond to attacks from terrorism. Um, and they just continue to use the terrorism attacks of the few to enact collective punishment and go after innocent people because they just don't value the lives of Palestinians. Um, and that is just something that's just true. Like they are more emboldened. There has been a radicalization of the Israeli government over the course of the last long while, and that's with Israel. That is, it's fair to say that that is noteworthy because Israel is, while they're not a world superpower, they are closely tied with us, and they get a lot of weapons from a world superpower, and they have an arsenal supplied by us that is on par with other countries that have lots of that are like on the table of potentially one day being a superpower. Like they're in the qualifiers, so to speak. Um. Anyway, to go back to what I was saying, I'm not saying that for certain right wingers are taking over the planet or anything like that. But what I am saying is that there has been a radicalization and an emboldenment of right wing movements and ideologies around the globe. And like the MAGA movement is both a motivator and also an example of that. Um, it's happened within the U.S. Without the U.S. Outside of the U.S., you see it happening in the U.K. You see it happening in Argentina. You see it happening in Italy. You see it happening in blah, 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 blah. Drawing a blank here. What's the name of that country? Give me a second here. It's on the tip of my tongue. I will find it. The Philippines. There we go. I couldn't think of the Philippines for some reason. I knew there was a P. I knew there was a P. Maybe we can do it again sometime. Honestly, I can't add much without doing some research first. That's valid. Um, I'm gonna finish the point that I was making and then probably end stream because it is after 5 a.m. Um, I'm not saying that those countries are or that the world is like being taken over by right wingers, but I do think that there is an emboldenment, and I believe that there's an emboldenment and a radicalization of already right wing groups and right wing people that I've seen. I've seen us trending in that direction globally over the course of um, my political views and paying attention to politics. Um, and I don't think that there is not a left wing opposition. I'm not saying that that's not the case. There are a lot of countries that are doing the opposite, right? There are a lot of countries that are moving left and um, enacting social policies and doing the exact opposite of what those other countries are doing. But just because, think about it like this, just because there are also the rise of left wing ideologies doesn't mean that right wingers aren't radicalizing, right? You could say that, well, okay, it balances out. That's fair enough, but that doesn't mean that that's not happening, right? Magpie, by the way, in case you didn't, that's your Magpie? Magpie? What? I had no idea that that's who I was talking to. I had no idea that that's who I was talking to. I didn't. Thank you for telling me. I could have just called you. We could have just been in VC. Yeah, it's me. Well, hello. I hope you're well. Um, sorry, I keep not finishing the thing that I was trying to say. Um, and that is, I'm not like trying to fearmonger or say like the end of the world is coming. The right wingers are going to take over, but it is something to consider and be aware of. And even if I'm wrong and it's not a global thing and it literally just is the US and it literally just is MAGA and it literally just is Trump, that's still like that's still noteworthy. Um and even if it is just Trump and even if other countries don't have a right-wing push or a right-wing radicalization, there are already enough right-wing countries out there that would have leaders that would be buddy buddy allies with Trump, that the conversation that we were having that sparked this conversation would still be relevant. And while I appreciate Zap's optimism, um, I was never saying that I think that we would or that we could by today's standards. I'm just saying that in the future, it is very possible that the conversation that we were having could happen. Um, and I think realistically speaking, what Zap was saying, not to put words in his mouth, is what I was saying is highly, highly unlikely from Zap's perspective, which I can understand, and I'm not gonna argue with him on that point. It hopefully is very, very, very unlikely, but it is not impossible. It just isn't. So there, I've finished my point. I'd love to talk more about Belarus sometime. I recently learned more about it. Heard an activist speak about the Belarus situation. Hope you're well too. Yeah, if you probably know more than me on that, so yeah, I'd like to have that conversation. Um, haven't can't say I've followed Belarus or any of that stuff. All of my attention lately has been on the Gaza situation, the Israel Gaza situation. Like it literally every day there's more news about the Israel Palestine Israel Gaza situation because it just gets worse literally every day. Um, so that's more or less been my focus since it started. Um, so if other good things have happened around the world, I wouldn't know. I would not know. I'd not be aware. It's funny because it's like it's even eclipsed the Russia Ukraine situation. Like that is still happening. That war is still occurring, right? And it's like it's enough. It started enough in the past that it's not really like it's kind of hard to explain. It's not really like the big thing anymore, at least right now. I can't focus too much on it because sociology is making me depressed enough already. I feel that. I feel that. Um, I definitely won't force any of it down your throat. Um, there's a reason. I'm gonna be honest. There's a reason why whenever I have conversations like that, and when me and Zap were talking, that I was focusing on hypotheticals and wasn't drawing too much conversation towards the conversations of today, because talking about a hypothetical is easier to do than talking about what's going on, because hypotheticals aren't actually happening right now. Whereas if we were talking about the Israel Gaza situation, like more in depth, like I referenced it as an example of that happening in the future, but talking about that directly, that's a much harder conversation to have just because it's literally something that's happening right now. And when you say things about that situation, you're talking about like the life and death of people every single day. So if I make a point about Gaza, I am in a way, I am taking the death of people and making it into a talking point, which obviously isn't the goal, and I don't want to belittle them when I do that. And I'm speaking in their defense and talking about how it's a travesty that that's happening. But still, the nature of having a conversation like that is just stressful, and there's a lot that goes into thinking those things and conversing those things. So a lot more emotionally packed, yeah. Um, it's easier to talk in hypotheticals. So while you and Zap did both say that you didn't see too much point in the conversation, the point in the conversation is to be hypothetical, is to be about something that isn't actually happening right now. Um, that's on purpose. So constantly getting reminded of the awful things that are happening all around us. Yeah. Um, yeah. It again, like the fact that it's happening and that it's possible to eclipse the Ukraine situation. So that I haven't seen or heard any coverage of the Ukraine situation without looking for it since before the Israel Gaza situation. The fact that something that horrendous, the invasion of Ukraine, something that horrible and awful, can quite literally be not even remotely worth talking about compared to the other things that are happening is crazy just as a concept. That's nuts. Like in a world that made sense, the Ukraine situation wouldn't even have happened. But in a world that made at least a little bit of sense, the only thing that anybody would be talking about globally for the next like year at least would be the Ukraine situation. That should be the craziest thing that's happened in the last like decade, but it's not even close to that. It's not even close to being the worst thing that's happened, which is nuts. It's nuts that it's almost in the category of it's so common. It's like it's like school shootings in the US. They happen so frequently that you don't even see them talked about on the news anymore. Like they're so commonplace that you just hear about it and you're like, oh, there happened again. That's that. What do you do? What can you do? School shootings, they happen. The media keeps picking and choosing what is talked about is also fucked. That's also true. Yeah, that's a part of the problem. And another problem is the media always has like a clear political bias, um, and then pretends that they don't. The best ones, or some of them don't pretend that they don't. To be fair, Fox News knows very well and does not hide the fact that they're right wing. But like, you're not telling the news if you're pushing an agenda. Be honest, even before it started picking up what happened and is happening in Gaza, it was already not worth talking about Ukraine almost at all. Yeah, because like on a scale compared to other things that are going on, it's basically like it's such a small blip on the radar. The only reason that it was talked about as much as it was, and I can say this with confidence, is because nobody likes Russia, right? The United States does things worse than what Russia did to Ukraine all the time. We do that shit all the fucking time. But when we do it, it's not really newsworthy. It's newsworthy to the extent of like, oh, they started another war. We bombed another place. We killed another guy. But like, it's not like wall to wall, hair on fire news coverage for more than like a day. And what Russia's doing to Ukraine isn't really all that worse. Honestly, I would say that it's actually not worse than what we did in the Middle East as a whole. I didn't say it wasn't worth talking. I just said media didn't. I know. What I'm saying when I say not worth talking about, I mean like it's effectively not worth talking about. It's such a small blip on the radar of awful things that it's like conceptually speaking, it's like there are so many other horrible, awful things that are already happening that are worse than that. That should be considered in a world that made sense again. Like that, something like invading Ukraine would be the craziest thing all year, but it's not. I think it's good, whatever reason there was for it, that the war was being highlighted. I agree. I'm not saying that it's not good. I'm just saying that the only reason that it was because nobody likes Russia, right? Like if we were talking about the United States invading somebody, nobody would really care. Like it wouldn't be a conversation. And that's not to say that it shouldn't be a conversation. That's just to say that like the media is just skewed. Like it's yeah, like the media should like relentlessly go after the United States for what it does in the Middle East and in general, but it doesn't, right? Yeah, you're saying the same thing. Other things that should be highlighted as well that just aren't. Yeah, that's what I was saying. That's what I was trying to get at. Also, hello Aryan. I'm actually about to end stream. It is 5:30 a.m. by me, and I do have to do a little bit of work tomorrow, so I got to get some sleep. It is free. Some of it is free, yes. You can play RuneScape free. You do get more if you pay for it. There is like a membership, but you can play it free. It is allowed to be played free. There is a free version. Anyway, I am I'm all politics out. I am gonna end the stream. Thanks everybody for tuning in. Sorry for talking everybody's ear off and also talking about deep shit and being very pessimistic, but it is what it is. I'm pessimistic not for bad reasons. I don't let my pessimism um like like give me like a defeatist mentality. My pessimism is more like if something isn't done, things can get really bad. It's like a motivator, right? Like my pessimism about global politics is not a um see how bad and fucked everything is, like why do you even care? It's more of like a we got to do something because it's bad and it can get worse and it will get worse if we don't. Um so I feel like that's worth pointing out. So I want anybody to think that this is like doomer stuff or that I'm like fear mongering or anything like that. My pessimism is from a place of like I truly do believe that if left to their devices, the bad people that are in control would make things far worse than what you are already seeing right now. And that's something that should be considered whenever you talk about things like elections and politics and the globe. Things that should be considered, things that you should think about. Anyway, I'm gonna hit you guys with the wave. Thanks for all the hearts. Giving you guys the wave. And